Dang, where's it at? There we go.
The views and opinions expressed in this stream and video are those of Rico or Rashawn and should be taken with thoughtful consideration of the message and an open mind for the messenger. Topics, language, and tone may be inflammatory. Viewer discretion is advised.
Congo, go to Niger and make millions of dollars there, you disloyal, unpatriotic, high yellow bastard. And I rock with yellow people. Some of my best friends are high yellow. But I'm gonna call you out, Colin Kaepernick. And if you're listening to this beautiful live stream, I'll say it to your face. I'm not trying to say I'll fight you, but I'll say it to your damn face.
I'm gonna give you some respectful pushback.
The moment you put your knee on that fucking ground, you were disloyal. You wouldn't you wouldn't have the opportunity to throw a fucking pig skin if you lived in Papua New Guinea and make millions of dollars, you fucker.
I'm gonna give you some respectful pushback.
$1 billion
NFL career.
$1 billion company.
Hold on, Mark.
Yeah, that's part of what got us here. What you think about that, Rico?
Not surprised. Saddened and disappointed, but not surprised. Not surprised.
Yeah, that was a clip from Knowledge and Relationships, and I wanted to welcome everybody. Thank you for being here at Critically Drinking with Rico and Rashawn. I wanted to get us started, but Rico, how are you feeling today, as JP would say? How's your spirit, gentlemen?
My spirit is well, in spite of the topic that we're here to talk about. I know we're here to talk about it thoughtfully and, with the nuance and decency that it deserves. But it is a tough topic, but a topic that needs to be discussed. But my spirit is wonderful because in spite of what we're about to talk about, I have so much hope and belief into a lot of other young people of color and the positivity and the beauty and the intellect and the growth that they're putting forth into our community and how they represent us. So when I'm long gone, I feel good about us. In spite of what I hear, I feel damn good about us. And yourself, sir.
No, I'm doing pretty good today. I was definitely excited for the show. As you know, and I told you on the phone, I don't really care much about the topic, but I wanted to give it a special treatment. I put in a True Pill Community Garden that this was the work I put into this episode specifically was an homage to the Four Horsemen and the inspiration that I drew from them and actually even coming up to this space. I know there's been a lot of friction and heat between everybody in these online spaces, and this is actually based upon the heat that you and Chaotic Truth had, over on Brother Clarence's chat. So, I mean, definitely extended over to Chef's page, and it went back to Brother Clarence's page, started on Knowledge and Relationships, was the first place I noticed it. But I definitely wanted to give it a fair treatment, because a lot of things he would say, what about the ideas? A lot of people kind of attacked him, so I was like, you know what? Why don't I actually try to address the ideas and see what you think about them, and maybe I'll throw in something too. As the chat, I know, we're a fairly new channel, and we are just growing, but I did come up with this, Rico. Tell me what you think. Some ground rules. I know you gave me your input. Let me get rid of that. What you think? Can't hear you, brother. You're muted.
I love it.
Muted. Cool. All right, cool. So that's what's going to be instituted, everybody, for the chat and people who come up on the panel as we go forward. Just some basic rules. The first, if you're interrupting people and over talking them, we will warn you. Second time, we'll drop you backstage. Third time, you gotta leave because you're too disruptive. And the same thing for the chat. If somebody on the panel points out something in the chat that maybe somebody's speaking to them disrespectfully or calling them a name, we'll warn them. Second time, we'll time them out. Third time, they're gone. So, I mean, we want to establish some ground rules and some etiquette for the space as we grow it. And that is the template that we are going to use. And Rico, I definitely want to dive right into, because we have so much to unpack tonight, man. So I am going to dive right into it, and I'm going to get the timers ready, Rico. I'm going to start with 2-minute timers. All right.
Can I at least give the background real quickly?
Matter of fact, yeah. I'm a mute, and Rico, go ahead.
It was a personal beef between me and K. I don't even know this young man. I only saw him coming across on the streams And that first little clip you saw is one of many. We had said some very inflammatory, controversial things. And that was what drew me into initially trying to have a conversation with him, respectfully, but it was just like he was saying so many things that I felt like there was little to no pushback. And as a older person of a lived experience, there was so many things that I could let go unchallenged because, my belief is if no one challenges it, then it becomes accepted in the community or in the ether. So that was how it got. Obviously, when you try to sit there and educate them on what's demonstrable facts about our history, and they dig in even more or say things even more inflammatory. So I felt like the person was becoming a provocateur, and then I would try to push back more with more facts, and they would come back more. So it just got to this critical volcanic point, and it's like, okay, let's talk about the things that he says, his words, not him. So that's the backstory of how we came about getting involved with it and why we brought this together. It wasn't like we heard one thing or we just didn't like him. That's not it at all. But when someone has a long documented history of saying hyper inflammatory things, we have to talk about it.
Definitely, Rico. I definitely appreciate that. Everybody, we just want you to know, because again, we will open up. Like if somebody, I know, because people run and tell somebody's talking about you. If for any reason Chaotic Truth did want to come and speak on his own behalf, I would definitely allow him to come up, and we have ground rules for that as well. I mean, because they could have the contentious debate or like an exchange of ideas. I really would rather unpack the ideas as opposed to going word for word, name for name. So, but I know Rico's open to either way. I've seen him do both, but I know it devolved a couple of times. So, but it was entertaining. Like you said, it was entertaining. But first question, Rico, easy one. Chaotic Truth, is the name an oxymoron or is he just a moron?
A little bit of both. The name is clearly an oxymoron because chaos itself means unorganized, disorganized, disruptive, just things just going in all sorts of speeds, direction, no purposeless. And then truth is a stated fact, something that's rooted in reality, is solid, it has a foundation. Chaos has no foundation. Chaos is foundationless. So the name itself is an oxymoron for that reason, that it's just the two parts don't make sense together. I hesitate to call him a moron other than in the sense that I know him to be an educated young man, and I think he's a provocateur, which to me, if you want to be provocative, but in a way that you disparage your own ethnicity, that's moronic within itself. You can be a provocateur in so many other ways without, being demoralizing to an entire community and speaking the way like we saw in that opening clip. Being a provocateur is just, creating excitement and energy. He creates energy, but too often in a negative way. And that's evil. I don't want to use the word evil, so I'll use it as moronic, that you don't think it's as harmful as it is. And that's just is somewhat moronic about it. So that's my two thoughts on the two spins, and that's how it comes down to me.
Okay, no, I definitely agree with you. I mean, he comes across very educated, so I definitely wouldn't want to call him a moron. But I noticed the name of that dualism in the name immediately, because truth is kind of orderly and structured, and then chaos. So I mean, it was like a internal contentiousness. But I know this came up because he had pushback about being called a troll, and some people call it maybe he's a troubled individual. So is he troubled? Is he a troll? Or is he actually some version of the truth that we just don't recognize?
I think he is a combination of both. And the reason, because I remember I had the conversation with you. The trolling part is because he keeps bragging about being a master ranker, which I've taken his term for the vernacular of where he's from. That's what we would call the dirty dozens, joning, cracking, whatever your term is. And he seems to be very proud of it. He's not very good at it, but he seems to be very proud of it. And I think where he comes from, he may be a master ranker in the spaces he comes from. He'll get in other spaces and he'll get destroyed trying to be a ranker or playing the dozens. So that is in essence a troll. If you ever grown up playing a dirty dozen, that's trolling before we got the internet. That's what people would do. They would come into the room, they crack a joke, they tease people. That's what that is. So he is that. He's not a very good one. Is he trouble? That's the part I really don't know, except for when I delve into some of the things that, in particular, when he speaks so negatively about the community, it does. I mean, I'm not a psychiatrist, I'm not a doctor, so I can't analyze him, but it sounds trouble. Sounds like somebody that maybe was hurt, and now they're lashing back at people who didn't hurt him because he's still dealing with some trauma of the past. Maybe he was teased for a particular reason, bullied for something. So now he wants to bully others. So if anywhere, I think his trouble is from that.
All right. Well, speaking of one of the claims he made, Rico, he was going to give you a copyright strike. Tell me about that.
It's ironic. He wanted to give me. It was hilarious. It's like we were having the combative back and forth. We're going back and forth with the conversation. I'm again, as I said, I'm getting him for the content of his words, the things that he said. So, and I've seen on multiple streams, we give him an opportunity to correct, clarify, self-regulate, and he will double, triple, quadruple down. Like, you're not going to tell me what to do. And I'm not telling him what to do. I'm like, sir, there's demonstrable evidence to the facts of what you're saying, and he will continue to push back against it. So I couldn't understand. I even talked to the content. Let's give a shout out to Brother Clarence, because that's where we were on yesterday. And I'm like, how are you going to copyright strike me for what's on his stream? You can't copyright. I'm not on your channel. I'm not taking anything from your channel. I simply said we were going to discuss it. And then he called up and threatened me with a copyright strike. And I'm like, why would you copyright strike something? Why would you threaten to copyright strike something you haven't even heard? You don't even know what I'm going to say. So evidently he's afraid of us having this honest conversation. And if he believes so much into what he's saying, he shouldn't be afraid of us having the conversation. He should be willing to come up and, like you say, have the thoughtful conversation. But he knows I won't let him wiggle out of what he says. He's going to have to own it, and he's going to have to, stand up to it, and he's going to have to accept it. So he promised a copyright strike. We'll see after this stream is over, won't we?
I just didn't understand what he thought he was going to copyright strike, because we weren't using anything from his channel. So I was wondering what he was threatening. Because I got the one little clip off of Knowledge and Relationships, and everything else he said was on Chef's or Brother Clarence's channel. So that's confused me a bit. But I'm like, okay,
that was fear. That's what me and Brother Clarence talked about. I was like, he's afraid of what we're going to talk. He didn't want us to talk about it. He threatened to actually further with the copyright strike. He threatened. I don't know if any of you guys are subscribed to his Kevin in Sales channel. I couldn't find it, because he threatened after I got off last night, he was going to go to his Kevin in Sales.
Last night at 9 o'clock.
And he was going to destroy us. And Bro Clarence said he couldn't find it. So I was like, if any of you guys find it, I told him I wasn't going to come up, but I watch it to laugh while he tried to call me all kinds of ad hominems and all kinds of names, because like I told him, it doesn't bother me. Your words are what we're going to discuss, sir, whether you want us to or not. So strike, make all the streams about me. I don't care.
Man, definitely. I'm glad we got What the Funk in the building. Thank you, brother, for stopping by. We also had Resinil stop by also, who follows you over from Brother Clarence's channel when you were there, Rico. And eBlack TV definitely stopped in to say hello. So definitely appreciate you for showing a little bit of love. Now, this is from Knowledge and Relationships, but I'm going to turn it on you, Rico. I'm pretty sure you're an awesome dude, Rico, but I'm disgusted by what I'm hearing. Why do you hate chaotic truth so much? Give us an answer.
I'm a little disgusted myself. It makes y'all feel better. I feel the disgust bubbling up inside me. And that's, I hate when we choose to speak out against, things that we feel troubled in the community, and they, people do that. They automatically deflect to you hate a person. No, I don't hate a person. I hate the things they say, especially if it's harmful and it's demeaning and it's disparaging. Like the very thing, like I said, he opened with the statement of go to Niger and you're light skinned, this, that, whatever. I hate that. Yes, I don't hate him. I hate the words he said, and I have every right to. And when you choose to speak out against it, that's what they want to label you as, a hater. So I love my community if I just let y'all continue to disparage it and trash it every day. I know the problems in my community, but that doesn't give anybody a right to just tear us down. We've been beaten down long enough in this country, and beating us down ain't fixing us. So either you can come with some positive affirmation to speak into the community, some solution, or shut the hell up. Beating us down is not going to make us better. You're not going to shame us. You're not going to do all of these things. So I'm more critical when it's someone who looks like us doing it, because we should know better. Now, maybe he doesn't. And if he doesn't, I have a responsibility and an obligation to teach him and to show him. Now, if he wants to fight it, then that's just the way we're going to do it. I'm just not going to sit in my presence and let anybody talk about my community in a disparaging way. Thank you, What the Funk. But that's what it is. And of course, when you do speak out, if you're not hating, you're trying to silence them. And I'm like, it's just nonsense. You don't have it. No one has a right to sit there and disparage any other community. You can think what you want, but talk to our community with respect, the same as our communities is obligated to speak to other communities with respect. And that's all.
All right, definitely appreciate that. I want to push back on what you said there, Rico. Don't make me defend chaotic truth. You said you have an obligation to teach him. You're not his teacher. You're not his father. Where's the obligation come from? We just talked. We had a whole conversation on Hanifa's channel about accountability, and accountability is to the self. How are you going to hold this other man accountable across the internet?
Okay,
Come
devil.
on, Rico.
Okay,
Come
devil.
on,
You like to be
Rico.
an advocate for the devil. No. So you do in most things. No, you cannot. I'm not anybody's father, and most things that are not harmful, you can let fly. So if you just say something dumb, just let it fly. But the problem with what he says, it's harmful, and that cannot be left unchallenged. So I'm challenging it, but as the hopes would be that I can convince him to see the error of his ways. Because I'm not even telling him not to have the thoughts that he has. I'm not telling him not to have the beliefs that he has. I'm saying you can't have the lack of respect for us that you speak to us. So what he thought about Colin Kaepernick in that first clip, he's free to think it. There are a lot of people that think it. Probably a good portion of white America feels. We know a good portion of white America feels about Colin Kaepernick that way, right? So if they can keep it in to a level of still respecting it, because we know when they talk about Colin, they're talking about you, Arshawn, they're talking about me, they're talking about everybody that support his stand for police accountability and the injustice in the justice system. That's what that man knelt for. So he knelt for all of us. So if they, even though they feel that way about him, can keep it in check, why does Chaotic think he just get to sit there and just, no, you don't get to do it. You don't get to do it. So that's the way I see it. And that's the way I'm going to see it. And it could be him or it could be anybody else. If there's anybody else out there in the street speaking in the language and about the topics and the things that he says, believe me, I'll be doing a stream on their ass too.
Ooh, threats, threats, threats. Now that goes right into my next question. This is straight out of chaotic. This is straight out of chaotic truth's mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you a belligerent drunk old man? Why do you be over there goosing and giggling when you're tipsy? What's up with that, Rico?
I'm a drunk old man. I'm either belligerent on Mondays. I'm belligerent on Mondays and I'm a drunk old man on Tuesdays. I'm rarely ever together. However, the goosing and giggling is when I hear silly shit, it makes me giggle because some of the things he say are just so mind numbing, just crazy. Thank you, Jay. Some of it is just unbelievably crazy with what he says. So, of course, and here's the thing, right? A provocateur, the last thing a provocateur wants to be is laughed at. Because when you laugh at him, you show that you don't take him serious. And he so much wants to be taken as a serious, thoughtful thinker when he says nothing thoughtful. See, he wants to be looked at because he says it. You hear and you'll go through the stream, I'm this, I'm that, I'm great among my peers, I'm this, that. So when you're laughing at him, you see him and you take him for what he is, a joke. And that triggers him. So I'll continue laughing at the little sad little man.
There you go, goosing and giggling. Goosing and giggling.
I didn't have my first drink. This is ginger ale, everybody.
Yeah.
Arshawn saw me crack the can.
Now listen. This true. It was a Schweppes ginger ale. Now this next question, man. I'm gonna give you 3 minutes on this one. All right, man. Harriet Tubman, 5'1", short, fat black woman, traversed the wilderness with an Elmer Fudd musket. That's cap. Black history. Is that debatable or is it actually something factual?
Absolutely, it is absolutely not debatable. The existence or the exploits of Miss Harriet Tubman. It is a historical fact. It's been proven. I've had this argument with him and one of his other minions because, of course, they like to say, "That's just bugs. That's just bugs." Like all of a sudden, they can believe in some history, but not others. So as if a 5'1" woman could not summon the courage. You got to realize this woman back had been bowed. She had been beaten. She was probably fat. Who said she was fat? She is muscular because I can guarantee you, you're not going to stay fat working those damn fields like she had to when she escaped bondage. Okay? I'm sure she had hands full of calluses, feet full of calluses, back probably had been whipped and everything else. So when you take what she lived through and was raised through, the chattel slavery of bondage, yeah, most of those people could do damn near anything. They could do almost anything. He act like she was some 5'1" dainty little woman that was taking hot baths and things like that. That didn't exist for slaves at that time. Hell yeah, she could escape. I don't know what this whole Elmer Fudd musket. It was a gun. It could shoot bullets. It could kill a person. That's just a dumb thing. It could be a pocket, a slingshot, that could kill somebody. So that whole concept, no, it's not debatable, and I find it unbelievably insulting that he wants to debate historical facts that have been proven for hundreds of years. So when he makes his claim about the slavery, I'm like, the history, what's recorded in the history book is based off of physical evidence. There are still standing slave plantations that exist in America today. There are still graves that they could dig with the bodies of slaves. There's still shackles. There's ships off the coast that was sunk with the chains still in it. What's recorded is based on other evidence that's found. That's how history is recorded. That's how history is written. It's not just someone just looks up in the sky and writes things down. You experiment. You go and find artifacts. You find letters. You find all of these things. So for him to dismiss the existence, I'm pretty sure there was letters. Harriet Tubman also traveled through the Underground Railroad, which is a series of houses that she was able to stay at. This is shit I learned in elementary school, middle school, high school. How are you a college graduated black man and you don't know or believe in the existence of these historical provable facts? You just got to be gaslighting. So no, it's not debatable.
All right. Good.
No pushback. You want to give me some pushback?
No, I mean, I'll let this next question kind of dive into it. Can you believe white history and not black history at the same time? Because the Romans, you remember the Romans did a whole bunch and the Chinese did a whole bunch, but black people, they ain't done nothing. Yeah, that was crazy.
They've done nothing. That is utterly insanity. That even if you sat there and said, okay, you don't even have to go back hundreds of years. So, so he's almost saying, so it's like, at what point does he say he stops believing Black history? Because does he even believe George Washington Carver? The peanut scientist. Does he believe, I forgot the guy who did the first open heart surgery, Dr. Charles Drew?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, at what point? That's still Black history. So even if you don't want to go all the way back to ancient Egypt, whatever, which I'm like, Egypt is in Africa. Yes, they built the pyramids. I don't know how he can't ignore who the hell did build them if the Egyptians didn't build it. So I just can't get that. And I think like one of the first libraries was in Ethiopia. That's in Africa. So I'm like, he will dismiss all of Black history. So I'm like, what part of Black history do you believe in when we know you believe so much in white history? And then what's so tough to pull apart is these are white historians that's telling us about Black history. It's not even like I'm like, so when they tell you about white history, you believe it. But when they tell you about some of the greatness that Black people did, you don't believe it. That makes no sense. I'm like, these are the same historians on both sides of the argument giving us these facts and telling us what occurred through science and studies. So if you believe one, you have to believe the other. And the only thing that could make a person not is a person with a white supremacist ideology. And yes, you have, because they just believe everything is white and no other, whether you were Jews or Asians or anything else, is ever responsible for anything other than themselves. So, no, you can't. I mean, you can if you have that ideology of being a white supremacist. Then that's I can rationalize. Any other way, you're just nuts.
No, I got you. I know what I got from him, man. What I really got from him. Salute Sim Simma. Definitely appreciate you stopping by. Truth is never favored. Oh, definitely. Thank you for popping in too, brother. Mr. Rucker. Rico's wrong. Rico's already wrong, Mr. Rucker. I ain't even gonna say it. You only gotta say it. I heard him. He was wrong. And y'all already shouted out what the funk. But my pushback was because you talked about the Black history. But can you just accept everything just because it was written in a history book? Because there's that quote: "History is written by the victors." So I mean, just because it was written down, whether Black people believe it or white people believe it, isn't there some legitimacy to actually questioning what they're telling you?
Yes, but I'll tell you what it has to be predicated on. Like I said, a fact is a fact. But to question a fact, you must have some sort of countervailing evidence to suggest that that fact is not true. Because other than that, we would spend all of eternity questioning everything. So you just can't say, well, I have absolutely no reason to doubt this truth, but I'm just going to doubt it because I don't feel like it. So if you're going to sit there and say water's not wet, you need some sort of demonstrable evidence. That's how people counter facts, and we restudy and we relitigate it because there's some sort of countervailing evidence that comes up and says, you know what? Now, upon further review, we may have been wrong about this. But you just can't go around questioning facts, historical or anything with zero evidence. That's chaos. That's chaos. Can you imagine? There would be endless stuff that people would be questioning, and you would come up with one belief, I would come up with another belief, and that's not how society works. We all have to agree on a set of facts, and we accept it to be Got it. I need to get my buttons. You muted.
My fault. Everybody, man, I had to do that to my boy Rico. He, what the funk is this? I want to give him his credit. He suggested something when I need to cut in because I hate over talking people and just talking over them. So we came up with that idea. And then for me, because Rico gets on me. Hold up, y'all. Wait. I need to do this. He said, or, because Cause I talk a little big sometimes.
Hooray!
So
Big word usage.
yeah, so we're gonna get Rico set up where he can pull those on me when I'm talking. So yeah, man, we're definitely gonna get a we're gonna get a setup, man, where we can rag on each other just a little bit. But to your point, Rico, going back to Harriet Tubman just a little bit, because he did offer this. Harriet Tubman is a fiction to trick black men specifically into believing they can't save themselves. And I see your head dip. Go ahead and unpack that real quick. Matter of fact,
You
I'm gonna give
can't
you 3 minutes.
you can't unpack everything he says. You just can't. I mean, because I don't even know how that would benefit, as if you didn't have black men. First of all, we had during the Civil War, we had black soldiers that fought on the side of the North. You had black soldiers that fought on the side of the South during the Civil War. So why would they think that? Why would someone think they needed a 5'1" woman to empower black men that they can't save themselves when we actually fought in the war on both sides? There were black Confederate soldiers, as well as black Union soldiers. You had Nat Turner. You had several previous slave rebellions, and slaves had been escaping. They just regale Harriet Tubman because of the numbers that she got out of slavery and kept coming back. But she was by no means the only one. Oftentimes, if a male slave escaped, he would come back and free his family if he could. So this whole concept that they use that to trick us into, how would that even trick us into believing that we can't save ourselves? That part of his brain I can't get, and I certainly don't want to go into, because I don't know what would make you think that that's even if I'm the white guy and I'm trying to trick them, why would I think that this would make them think that they can? I can't, some of his stuff is like, that's the troubled part of the brain. I can only guess, because it makes no, I'm trying to figure out, like, how would that work? I see a woman that's freeing us, and I have to sit there. I can't do it because it takes a woman. Where does that come from? So again, I don't know what, triggered him to say that, or to come up with that. Yeah, like, that's not even looking for conspiracy theories. That's creating one where he's probably the only person that ever created that one. That's how. So that'll get me to goosing and giggling when I hear something like that. That's a goose and giggle, because it's so crazy, it's so silly. Unless you can unwind that, I can't untwist that.
Man, it's really definitely hard to do that. I don't like you said, the benefit. I don't understand what they get from, other than, like, just back. They would have to be attacking just black men. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're gonna make up these powerful women that had to save black men because we're gonna instill misogyny in black men. It just feels too complicated. Like,
for that time period.
Yeah,
We're talking about, we didn't have gender wars and slavery. Okay, we didn't. I'm sorry. We didn't. No, I don't think that existed during that time period where, like you said, misogyny didn't exist. The gender, not then. Maybe today, but back then, I think we had bigger problems. Than who gets us out.
It felt like it was doing too much. Felt like it was one of those doing too much things. But yeah, let me get to the next question. Got to get back to it. My fault. I'm in the wrong folder, man. I'm learning. I'm learning. Boom. Now, how did Harriet Tubman walk across the country multiple times? What was she eating and drinking? How did she deal with wild animals, Rico? She had to be the greatest outdoorsman. What did you think about when you heard that question?
That was just so mind-blowingly silly. People have been walking across this country since people have been walking.
Oh, we got a bot. I'll get them.
Since people have been walking across this country. The Native Americans have been walking across this country forever. That's also another thing that, again, like I said, what was she eating and drinking? She was drinking. There are rivers and streams all over the country. There's fish. You can catch wild game, whether you have a weapon or no, with just a snare. You can catch rabbits, squirrels, quail. The countryside was full of an abundance of wild animals back then because we weren't overpopulated and we weren't over hunting. So wild animals were able to procreate over and over and over and over. You trip over wild catch back in that day. Again, like I said and said, is it's almost illogical to say people can do it. You can walk. People walk across country today. They walk across them today. They literally people walk across this country today. Now they're not out there getting wild game or whatever like that, but they literally do. They pop a tent. I'm like, what did she do? She slept. Again, she slept under the stars. And when she got to a place of safe haven, she probably slept in somebody's barn, somebody's basement, because again, the Underground Railroad was a series of safe houses where she could stay, where her and the slaves stayed. And they were often fed there. And wild animals was not, even when you're out in the wild, you're not defending yourself from wild animals. You know to stay away from them. The biggest thing, obviously, bears and so on and so forth. So you would stay downwind from and things. Yes, they knew. It's insane to think I'm not doing like you have to be a hardy person, but you can do it. You can do it.
Oh yeah. Now he also pointed out that again, like I said a little minute ago, that the Romans and Chinese had done amazing things, but blacks haven't. So have our ancestors done anything at all? Like, can you point to? I know you tried to say Charles Drew, George Washington Carver. Can you go back beyond the slave ships that may or may not have crossed? Because what kind of water did they drink? So what have our ancestors done anything, Rico?
Yeah, I think we've done a lot. I think like a lot of modern medicines were based off of, in the beginning from the rudimentary place from a lot of African medicinal practices that was taken out of the continent. I can't name. I mean, I could do a quick search and come up with hundreds of things that were discovered or first done in Africa and so on and so forth. But yeah, like I said, a lot of our accomplishments, whether they were medicine, math, I believe, I'm not sure about math. I think the first library was in Africa. Things like that, the storage of, not books, then they had scrolls. So I don't know why they knocking books. I'm like, what the hell do you think a scroll was? A scroll was a book before a book. They just rolled it up. And they wrote on parchment. Things like that. Certain animal husbandry was out of Africa. We didn't discover everything, but we discovered plenty. There were practices that tribes did that others came in and colonizers copied and duplicated. And then, yes, they refined them and then said it was a new thing, but it was rooted on things that they found in Africa. So no, we did no more than any other culture, but we did no less. And to sit there and say because of all the things that they refined and they renamed and made it seem like it was just theirs, that we did nothing. Everybody know that that's a blatant lie. And the reality is, again, I say, it's a whole list of historians that has documented it all the way back to. So for him to sit there and be in this space of we didn't do anything, he's just refusing to read. So that's where I say he's a moron. He's just refusing. He's either willfully ignorant or he's ignorant. He's one or the other. Either he's doing it on purpose or he's just that damn ignorant. That's a moron to me.
All right, all right. I was about to bring my boy back out. Wrap it up, Rico. No, let me quit. But no, let me see. Let me see. I get that one. I get that one. Got that one. Boom. So many questions. I'm sorry, guys. Do we ourselves as black people owe anything to our ancestors? Didn't they fail us?
This is a weird question because when you say ancestors, what are we talking about? Are you talking about the generation before you? Are you talking about 20 generations before? What are you?
They're all ancestors. Do we owe anything to the people that from our parents to the people that came over from Africa to the people that set up shop and built civilizations in Africa? Do we owe something to them? Because again, the conversation specifically to Chaotic Truth, he divorced us from history. He said we owe nothing to the ancestors. They didn't do anything for us. Those were kind of his talking points. So speak to that.
Okay, so what I would say is that yeah, we owe things to our ancestors to be better than they were. That's the same as every culture. Every culture has an obligation to be better than the previous, or to try anyway. We're supposed to continue to evolve and get better every generation to the point of we're always striving for perfection because we know we will never achieve it. So that's fine. You were not supposed to sit in the same state of despair as the previous and not try to get better. So we owe that, especially if they sacrifice for us to have a chance to be a little better than they were. So that we do owe them. Did they fail us? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's just silly to say they had an obligation. How did they fail us? They put forth, even his ancestors that put forth for his parents to bring his misguided and malinformed self here. They sacrifice. He's just not aware of the sacrifices, or he's not appreciative of it. But hell no, they did not fail us. Our ancestors who came before us did all they could do to the best of their ability. They were better than the generation before them, and they left us in a better place than where they started. And if they did that, if they left us in a better place than where they started, they did what they were supposed to do. It is our responsibility to try to leave the next generation in a better place there where we started. And then they got to pick up the baton and carry on. So it's not a failure. I ran my race. I passed the baton. That's what each generation does. So that's just another one of those nonsense. That's just another one of those provocative statements that he routinely says. And it's a whole list of them. So.
Yeah, we got a whole list of them to go through too, man. So I definitely appreciate everybody's patience. I do want to ask a housekeeping question while there are a few people in the chat. What do you think about this here? Hold on. The little light background music. It might be too slow for the conversation, but I don't know. Yay or nay in the chat. Little soft background music. While Rico's going through his points. I'll leave it on for a question and see how y'all like it. Let me know in the chat. Now, Rico, you don't like chaotic truth because you want to be a respected elder, and he doesn't listen to you. Is that true?
Absolutely not. That's probably the most silly and false thing I heard him say. I have no need nor desire to be a respected elder. I like to be a respected man. So that's something I wanted all my life. So I strive for it, and I demand as I give respect throughout my life. The whole elder thing to me, the only thing elder means to me is, like, for example, I'm older than you. I live more years than you. I have more experience, but it doesn't make me smarter. It doesn't make me wiser. It doesn't make me better. It doesn't make me anything else other than I have more years, more times around the sun. And, I have more experience here on this planet. But, if I'm older than you by 10, 15 years, well, that could be 15 years of failure. You know what I'm saying? It's just saying I got 15 more years. So like I told you earlier, I'm like, as a 58-year-old, I look up to a 78-year-old just for his 20 years. But I don't look up to him as any more than that. I still respect him as a man, as I would expect him to respect me. And I understand that he has 20 more years on this earth than me, but it doesn't mean they were successful. They could have been 20 years locked up. I don't know. So the whole thing of, I don't think any I take that back. There are some elders that seem to think they want young people to look up to them. I raised my sons that they don't have to look up to me. I raised my sons to look up to themselves, to just basically what I actually did. I literally told all my sons, you have to go out and you have to live your life. If you want to come to me and get counsel, I'm here. But I don't want to influence you other than what you saw I did. And that should be enough. If my deeds and my actions through your lifetime to reach in adulthood wasn't enough, then me sitting there for the next 20 years in your ear ain't going to mold you any better. You should have seen me up to adulthood the way that I lived my life. And actually, I want you to live your life better. It would be a failure if you don't do better. And that's what I push them for. And my kids, they've gone out and they've done better things than me, and they're better than me, and I'm happy for that. The way I think it should.
No, definitely. No, that's definitely the way it should be. I mean, each one, you're supposed to progressively be able to step off the shoulders of the people that came before you. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that's definitely the right perspective. But and that's kind of like what this next question is about. And I wanted his idea, like divorcing us from our history. Should our behaviors be shaped on past patterns of experience, or do we need a more critical examination of each situation? And just to put that in the frame, like when you talked about the history books, do we use our history to guide our future and present, or do we say, well, I'm gonna look at what's going on around me right now and make all my decisions based solely on that?
I think it's a combination of both. I don't think we, under no circumstances, should our past shape our present or our future. We have to look at the thing. don't be like, we're just taking it apart. See, here's the thing: we need to do a more critical examination of the situation. The past is a good reference point to just learn lessons of the past. But obviously, if there are some fundamental failures from the past, why would you not examine to say, okay, this didn't work out so well? So, for example, unfortunately, we made the joke of chaotic and how he came in, and who we tried to make him sound like. Well, we should know today how that history of World War II, they study that. So they look at autocratic leaders today, and they literally say, why would you ignore it again when we saw what it led to? So when you see autocratic leaders speak out in a vile, despicable way, when they're creating someone, a race or a religion or a group of people, and this goes on all over the world. This is in Asia, this is in Africa, this is in South America, where a leader will demonize a certain group of people to consolidate and maintain power. And when you ignore it, it leads back to the atrocities of World War II. So that's a thing where you look at the past. It's not going to dictate how you deal, because I don't know if it's Bolsonaro in Brazil, or if it's someone in China or Taiwan, or if it's some autocratic leader in Africa. So I can't treat him like we would have dealt with Adolf back then, but we know that lesson of if he goes unchecked, unchallenged, what it could lead to, but we have to critically think about who we're dealing with, where we're dealing with it, what our allies are. So I think it's a little bit of both. It shouldn't be based off the past, but it should be based off the present with a lesson from the past.
Okay. No, that makes perfect sense. The past should inform the present. They say past is prologue, so I'm with that. What, Rico, were the logistics of providing food and water for the enslaved crossing the ocean if they couldn't drink salt water? And I thought that was a great question he posed. I thought it was so great, I had to laugh as soon as I heard it. How in recorded human history have people crossed the ocean since they can't drink salt water? I mean, because I got to think about this logically, Rico. How did they do it? How you going to tell me all these people came across the ocean and they can't drink salt water? What did they eat, Rico? You can't hunt on the ocean, right?
The same thing they ate and drank that got them to Africa. Okay?
Oh, so, man.
If they came over on those ships from Europe to Africa, whatever they ate and drank getting over there is the same thing that they ate and drank getting back. So those same casks of fresh water that they had stored all up on that boat that they got from England or Portugal, primarily where they were coming from, Portugal and Spain and all those other European countries, they stocked up on that boat, fresh fruits and vegetables and meat, and they brought all the way to Africa to keep all their sailors from dying. And they ate it all up and they drank it all up. They replenished in Africa, put the slaves on the boat, and took the same thing back. It ain't that hard. You have to be trying to be this stupid. You really have to be to pose this question. They didn't drink salt water getting there. So what the hell you think they're going to drink going back?
Rico, you were being nice for so long. Now we're gonna slip into gender a little bit because he has some strong feelings on gender. What was that?
It's almost the cocktail hour. I'll calm down.
Yeah, it's almost time. You got 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Mm-hmm. Now I mean this with love, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Women should stay in their place and not be on panels with men. What did you think about that? How did that land?
That's crazy. That was crazy, and especially, I mean, when I heard him say it was on Bro Clarence, and I think we were discussing the incident with Tommy Sotomayor, and I'm like, you're literally, and it was a couple of women on the panel. I'm like, these are fully functioning, autonomous, well-informed adult women speaking on the issue of domestic violence or violence against women, and he's making jokes about, why aren't you watching The View? Why aren't you doing this? And I'm just like, he didn't mean it with any of it. He didn't mean it with love. He didn't mean it from the bottom. You would have to have no heart. Yeah, it does. You would have to, if he believes that he's a moron at the highest level. So that's why I always try to give him the out to say, you're a provocateur. You don't really believe these things. You're better if you tell me, yes, I'm a provocateur and I'm just saying this shit to stoke the fires. Then I feel better about you. But if it comes to me that you really believe this, you need to be committed. You need a psych eval, because you're literally saying an entire half of our population can't be on panels? On panels of discussion? Panels of communication? Seriously?
But they bring emotion, Rico.
And then I wonder like this. So, does he feel that way about his wife? He's married. He's married. Yeah, but there's no. But that was his point. Is not that there should be some men or women. His point is women shouldn't be on panels. Period. So even if you're discussing women issues, they don't need to be. So it should be a panel of men discussing women. I'm like, are you serious? That's nuts. But those are his words.
All right.
I'm glad.
Nah, you definitely felt like that, but what I can't clarify though, I wonder if he meant, because you just characterized it as men talking about women with no women present. Maybe he's saying men shouldn't even talk about women at all. But I would have to get that from him. I didn't get that clarification, so I just want to stipulate that I didn't get that clarification.
Well, let me be clear. We were on a panel and we were discussing the fight that Tommy Sotomayor had with the woman and whose fault it was, this and that, whatever. So I'm like, this is a topic about both genders talking about, domestic violence or assault. There's no way in your brain you should think men or women shouldn't be on a panel based on that incident. And he was specifically saying, woman, he told them everything but shut up. If you go back and you watch the clip on Bro Clarence, you will see the way he talked to them was like this. They had no business being there, defending a point of view, and some of them were defending the man's point of view. So it's like, he's just nuts.
All right, Rico. Now, this one was a tough one. I mean, it was hard for me to believe that he actually believed this himself. But there was little to no sexual violence during slavery, if slavery even existed. During Reconstruction, we just got our swirl on, just like our divestment communities today. Now, what did you think about that?
Again, the level of ignorance from a supposedly educated man. And that's not an ad hominem. I mean, the level of ignorance that one must possess to have this belief, it defies decent conversation. You can't, with him, it's almost, and it's nothing emotional about it. It's not even an honest conversation with all the documented proof about what happened during slavery to us. It's impossible to have an honest conversation if he's just going to deny the documented evidence of the percentage of us that have mixed race in us, which was all a result of slavery and the children born of the masters. Even when they were bringing them over on the ships, the slaves were showing up pregnant, not by an African man. So I'm like, it's just crazy. That's just, during Reconstruction, we rarely got a swirl on during Reconstruction. I mean, interracial relationship did go up for that period. I think it was like 19, 20 years after the end of the Civil War, but then they completely killed it. Yes, sir.
I had to get you, man. I had to, man. I had to take advantage of it.
There's no music or sound with it, so I'm happy.
Yeah, that will let you speak. I had to get you, man. I had to get you. But real quick, man, because you can tie this into the same thing. Jim Crow is not as bad as we've been told. Oh man, oh the hits keep coming. I love them. You look stressed out.
I wonder, does he even know what Jim Crow is? You know, you would have to, and that's where, like you said, but I can never have a conversation with him about these things because the minute you do, he goes into that whole performative sideshow, shuck and jive, tap dance and act, and just want to scream and yell and all that the performative nonsense. So it's hard to have a serious conversation with him. So I gave up on trying. But if you know anything about Jim Crow, these were laws that were put into place after Reconstruction to keep our black behinds in our place. These were the back of the bus, Supreme Court v. Plessy, because he refused to get on the Negro-only cattle car on the train in Louisiana and went all the way to the Supreme Court where they said we 3/5 of a man. Things like that. So these were the laws that were in existence, and they were very terrible in the South, but they existed all over the country, where everything, that's where the birth of the redlining and the birth of the the code, the white code, and the sundown towns. All of these were built out of came out of the Jim Crow South, spread to the West, even up to portions of the North. So you had towns during this era that, you know, if you ever heard of a sundown town, that was where your black ass better not be caught in that town after sundown, or you disappear. This was doing rampant lynching, where over 4,000 black people, predominantly men, were hung from trees for simply no more than being black and being somewhere they wasn't supposed to be. But it wasn't that bad. You know what I'm saying? Like they say, you know, the fruit of the sweet tree, the song they talk about from all the
strange fruit.
Strange fruit.
Yeah.
You know, he needs to think about stuff like that. He needs to think about stuff like that when he said, which is what caused me to start into this conflict with him in the first place. And I'm a high school kid. I got a high school education, but I ain't that damn ignorant.
Next question, Rico, because this one caught me off guard too, because he really there's been a lot. You pushed me into that content, and I came out of there like I can't believe this stuff. White people are generally more pleasant people. Black people don't know how to act in public. I get what his premise was, but it reminded me of this Thomas Sowell idea that black people were kind of shaping their behaviors and culture off of Southern whites after Reconstruction, and there was a difference between. I can't remember exactly his terminology, but you speak on that for a minute.
Well, I mean, you start with it. It's a completely. It's completely insane for you to sit there and base geniality to a color, and you say white people. You don't. So Latin people aren't pleasant. Asian people aren't pleasant. Native, so only white people in your mind are deemed as genial, nice, easy to get along with, and all others. Or was he saying? So I don't know. So what does he think about those other races other than white? And in particular, he juxtaposed white people against black people, who he speak as constantly don't know how to act in public. What does that even mean? They don't know how to act in public. They act any way that freedom say you can act. So he's inferring that the totality of the black race, that we're wild animals. Okay, where does that ideology come from? You know, that's why our children and people, we're looked at as more dangerous in society, because it's a preconceived notion that we don't know how to act. When they say they don't know how to act, y'all don't know how to stay in your place. That's all. It's a dog whistle. Stay in your place. Stop being loud. Stop being you. But white people are allowed to express themselves individually and as loud as they want in any way that they want, and that's okay. Only when the color is dark is it deemed problematic, and that's a problematic thought. And as when me and Brother Clarence sat there and told him I was like, you said that about white people, but just yesterday we saw 2 white countries go to war. What's pleasant about war? The most horrific act of violence that man has ever inflicted on man in the history. War. All white people. I'm still looking for the black Russians. I don't see them.
Uh-oh. There you go. Real quick. Now I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna put this back up here, man. I'm gonna put the disclaimer real quick before we before I ask this next question.
The views and opinions expressed in this stream and video are those of Rico or Rashawn and should be taken with thoughtful consideration of the message and an open mind for the messenger. Topics, language, and tone may be inflammatory. Viewer discretion is advised.
Yeah, because I'm about to ask this next question. Do not snap on me, y'all. But I'm going to ask it anyway. I don't care. With all the insults, inflammatory rhetoric, baseless claims, interrupting, and grandstanding on platforms, is chaotic truth the unruly Niger he complains about?
He can be. That was for the chat.
That was for you.
He can be. And I started in the beginning, and it's still a part of me that wants to believe that this is all, an act of provocation. That this man can't. I would be broken in spirit to believe, and I do know that we have some lost black people. Even though, like, for example, I think Candace Owens, hers is an act. So that's why I keep putting chaotic, that because she had the complete opposite views. So I don't see how you can swing from one end to the other without it being a grift of money. You just can't. Most people don't. You make graduations in your philosophy or your ideology. I'm not gonna go from being a Black Panther to the KKK. I can't swing that wild. That makes no sense. So when I hear people, and him doing the sort of language and the things that he talks about and the way that he talks about the bonnets, y'all leave my big girls in their bonnets alone. I think it's all performative. I think because he seems obsessed about subs. Remember, he tried to sub shame me. You got 20 subs. I got so he tried to sub shame me. So I think he comes across to me as constantly trying to get more subs up, and we all know the more provocative, the more salacious, the more outlandish your content is, the more subs and the more views you get. So I see him playing into that vein. It's just unfortunate that he choose to disparage us as a community together. I'm like, fine, do some jackass shit without making us, the butt of your jokes. And that's my issue. And like you said, as you dig deeper into it, you see the problematicness of what he says. And it's like, it's not harmless. If it was harmless, I would ignore it. If someone want to tell me that one of these statements he says is harmless, I'll apologize. But these are all harmful statements.
Now, question. I'm gonna push back on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Who is it harming?
It's harming some other uninformed, misinformed young man that may come into these spaces looking to form an ideology. So if you don't have a fully formed ideology and you come into these spaces, as we say, the manosphere, the red pill, if you don't have a fully formed ideology and you come into these spaces, and it's fine if you want to adopt it, but I'm going to tell you, it's harmful to that person, because if they walk around with this ideology and this thought process in the world, they can be pretty much set up for failure. I would hate to see a bunch of 15-year-old boys come in and adopt this ideology and say that there's no harm, no foul. I don't accept that premise. Can they? Sure. But, I just think it's a very bad thing to do. So I think, and because the thing is, the problem with the ideology is most of those statements are false. They're not even true.
Okay, so most of them are true. So I mean, most of them are false. You say most of them are false.
Most of them.
Granted, most of them are false, demonstrably false. Okay, but you said they're hurting some theoretical person, some possible person.
I don't know. Yes.
So your whole assumption is based on the possibility that somebody might hear it and not already know better.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I just
Yeah.
want to make sure. So your pushback is not rooted in anything real.
No, I've seen no statistical evidence of anybody that believed it, just that whatever. But I'll say this: you have we know conspiracy, QAnon, and all this stuff. There are
Yeah.
people who absorb this shit and act on it. We can't act like, we just went through the whole QAnon and the whole anti-vax. I mean, again, nothing with the whole vax thing, but people who believe in conspiracy theories even to the point of causing self-harm. So we can't act like, oh, people have not historically just been spewing shit out there and people have acted on it. We've had the kids trying all this. We had kids out here killing themselves playing all these damn games on TikTok. Okay? I'm not saying that his language is the same thing, but it could be in a different manner. So we can't act like people aren't just spewing stuff out on the internet that people are not listening to and acting on to the point of causing harm.
No, definitely get that, sir. I do have a question for you. Oh, sorry, I gotta get back to it. Get back to it. My fault. Trying to do too much. Trying to do too much. Where are we at? I'm so sorry. Boom. Now this was based on knowledge and relationships. Now, nope, not that one. Is this your platform? Okay, I'm going to say this, and I'm saying this respectfully and from the bottom of my heart. It disgusts me to listen to you talk right now. Why won't you let him speak freely, Rico?
He's allowed to speak freely on those platforms. I have not seen chaotic silenced anywhere he's been. As much as I wish he would be, I have never been to a space where he has not been able to speak thoughtlessly and freely to his heart's content. Usually he speaks so much, he speaks himself into trouble. So he wants to cry the censorship, which doesn't exist. And he's allowed to speak freely. What he don't want is the pushback to his free speaking. So the same as I'm free to say what I have to say, if I say something wrong or out of line, anybody has the right to push back and speak back against it. You don't just get to say what you want and think, well, he said it, it's dumb, I don't agree with it, I have to be quiet. That doesn't exist. So they can't keep, they do this, that's a deflection. Okay, they want to get away with saying something unruly, wild, salacious, just plain old crazy, and the minute you push back on, you're silencing me, no, you're not. And again, we talk about free speech, but you have a right to speak freely, but you're not free from consequences of what you say. None of us are. You and I aren't. We're held accountable for what we say. So I can't come out here and say, well, Sean, we should be able to say whatever we want and nobody should say anything about it. No, yes, they can. They have a right to, anybody has a right to hold us, and that's the way speech works. There's no such thing as we can say whatever we want, and we're free from any consequences or any responsibilities of what we say. Just like I said, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. You can't do a whole lot. You can't go through the TSA at the airport and tell a bomb joke. Go through the airport and crack, ha, 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 I got a bomb. And see what's going to happen to you. See what's going to happen to you. You are responsible for what we say, when we say it, and how we say it. So when they cry about, I should be able to speak freely, you can speak freely. But expect, if something you say is foul, unfounded, and unnecessary, there is a consequence to it. I was taught that as a child. I think most of us were, right? Wasn't we all told, if you don't have something good to say nothing?
No, I definitely agree with that. Now I want to ask a question. It's the magic hour. Do you need to step away for a minute? Do you need to step down for a minute while I just?
No.
Yeah, all right. Go ahead. All right. I just want to make sure. Yeah, I already know. Now, I want you to consider this one. Because he did say Western societies are so advanced that we're just bored making up stories. That there is no government conspiracy to bring drugs and guns in the black community. So what did you think about that? Are we basing a lot on a narrative that we don't have any proof of, or is there proof? Speak about that for a moment.
mean, no, I mean, I don't know what we're so advanced that we're just bored. I don't even know where that even comes from. And no one's making up stories. As far as bringing drugs into the community, that's been documented. The whole, the crack epidemic, that's been clearly demonstrably proven, for Reagan, for the Iran-Contra, and drugs have been coming into this country forever. That was the one government time. I think all the other time it was just criminals bringing drugs, primarily into the Black community and other communities as well. But that's no conspiracy. As far as guns are manufactured in this country. So I wouldn't say fully it's a government thing. The government is well aware of the number of guns that are being manufactured in this country every year. That's a trackable, traceable thing. So the U.S. government knows, okay, between Remington and Smith & Wesson and all these other gun manufacturers, how many guns are sold in America? We track that. Everybody that go to purchase a weapon, they have to fill out a form for a background check. So America knows how many guns are being manufactured and sold in this country. Whether they're doing it or not, they're well aware of it. So if those guns end up in the Black community, I don't see how you can say the government has no culpability. I'm not saying that they're handing out guns on the street corner, but if I'm in America, and they already say it's something like 5 guns for every citizen, so we probably got like 500 million guns in America. I don't even know what the hell we making any more for. The average gun owner has almost a dozen, 10 to 20 guns. So we're gun crazy. So the government does have some culpability, if not complete responsibility for the guns in all communities, but especially in the Black community.
Now, Rico, the first part you said, it felt a little bit disingenuous. Maybe you weren't connecting to it because you had just alluded to it your own self. You said, now I should hit the big word button on myself just then, but what you said about QAnon, you have these people who, again, first world societies, we've gotten to a place of such comfort that people have the time to develop these crazy, wild theories and perpetuate them and run with them. But then when I asked that question, are Western society so advanced that we're just bored? He was like, I don't even know what that means. But you had just talked about it with QAnon, because that's the same thing.
I know about the making words. I think I'm stuck on we're bored because we're so advanced. I don't think we're that advanced to be bored.
Rico, we're not out working 16 hours. Yeah, we're not out working 16 hours to farm and feed ourselves.
Yeah. But I was getting the whole bored thing. That's where I was stuck at. As far as making up conspiracies, we've been making up conspiracies for the past 100 years. But that's not, so yeah, Western society, and you're right, those conspiracies, they're all over the world. They're not just in America. So I only talk about QAnon and they say you get the vaccine, they're putting a chip in you. Alex Jones is the father of conspiracy. Sandy Hook was a fraud. This, that, and it will go on and on and on and on, and people just buy into it. So, absolutely, conspiracy theories run amok in America, Europe, Asia, Africa. There are conspiracy theories all over Africa. So, yeah. So that's why I say, is it a Western thing or is it just a people thing? Because you have conspiracy theories in Africa, where they talk about all sorts of things. If you do this, something's going. If you have an unfounded belief in something that's unfounded and demonstrably untrue, that's a conspiracy. I don't know what country on the planet that doesn't have conspiracy theories. So I can't even say it's a Western thing. I think it's a human fallacy issue. The human condition, we're led to believe. We used to believe in dragons and all kinds of shit. So as we became more evolved, some of those beliefs that we had, we just don't let go. If you talk to an atheist, they'll tell you that what is, and I don't want to offend none of the religious people, they'll say that that's a conspiracy. You know what I'm saying? I'm not an atheist, but I'm just saying if you were, so the belief in things unproven is in essence the basis of most conspiracies. So if you can't prove it to be true,
got you.
I'm down with the Q. So that's why I'm confused with that.
I got you.
What country doesn't believe in conspiracy?
No, I mean, I'm sure some people just don't have time. I mean, just realistically, some people don't have time to sit there and come up with some weird stuff. But I
And I
see what
don't
you're saying.
I don't believe in. I can't think of a conspiracy that I believe in. I think most of them are nuts, but I can see how people believe in.
Hmm. Now this next one, he loves the United States of America, Rico, and you served. We the best. The U.S. streets are made of milk and honey, Rico. We're a bunch of ungrateful Negroes. Now I want to know, Rico, how can you drive on roads made of milk?
I ain't figured that one out yet. I just don't know how. We are far from the best, as you and I we looked up on the U.S. News World Report where they ranked the countries, and the U.S. we're not the worst, but we fall like in the top 20 for a lot of the metrics. But when I say we fall in the top 20, we're like 18, 19, or 20. We're rarely ever number one. We're only one in a few small statistical categories. But in a lot of other categories, obviously, we're not all the way down there to 200 or 300. But other states like Sweden, Finland, even Japan and Germany, they blow America out of the water on most things, on most metrics. I tell people too, while we have some of the most educated people in the country, but we have large, humongous populations of America that's wildly uneducated and borderline moronic, if you ask me. So this whole milk and honey, that's a false narrative. Well, that's a narrative. As I explained to you, that's a narrative that America created like during the early 1900s when America was not a superpower and we were out there begging for immigrants to come into the country. So that's a narrative we created where you can come to America, pull yourself up by the bootstrap, be this great entrepreneur, do this, do that. And that, like I said, that slogan was sold and we just never let it go. We threw, bring all your European immigrants that can come over here, because America, we were expanding to the West. We needed people. And back then, America was not this powerhouse. People were preferring England and France, countries that were refined. So to get people, and then of course, who did we get from those countries? The lowest echelon. We didn't get the refined people. We didn't get the best or the most educated. We got the bottom. We got people that were over there in Europe fucking starving. But you could bring them over here and you could get, and that's what it was. So that was a sales pitch. It was a great sales pitch. And for whatever reason, I don't know why these people just can't let that nonsense go. We're not the land of milk and honey.
Yeah, and that's the correct term. The land of milk and honey. It's not the streets are made of milk and honey. The streets are supposed to be made of gold. And those are both actually biblical references. Streets of gold were from heaven, and the land of milk and honey, that's where the Israelites were trying to pass over to the promised land. So, I mean, it's conflating two terms, but he keeps saying it over and over. I keep waiting for him to correct himself, but, That's me being, wait. Let me get queued up. That's me being pedantic.
Hooray! Big word usage.
No, all right. But real quick, Rico, the next question, since you feel that way. I think you're a disloyal, disrespectful, unpatriotic bastard. What do you think about that term when he threw at us?
And it's so crazy because you sit there and you listen to all that, and at no point do I see the word freedom. So I'm like, the magic word that they love so much is the very thing that gives us the right to be all of those things. That gives us the right. So you love America. America says you can be disloyal, you can be disrespectful, you can be unpatriotic, you can be a bastard, you can be all of those things. But he takes it from this same, what do they call it? He's like a nationalist. He has this nationalist point of view and perspective. And we know that those are some of the most troubled ideologies for people to have all over the world. So when you see nationalists, whether they're in Africa, Asia, whatever, and when they talk like that, disloyal, what are they threatening to do? They're going to get rid of you. They're going to run things like that. It's just crazy that people would talk like that or even think like that. And it's crazy when you sit there and you say unpatriotic, and I'm like, does he even realize that like less than 1% of the population ever wore the uniform? Like 99% of Americans have never served. We have an all volunteer military, and 1% of the population. So unlike other countries in the world, like for example, Germany and Israel, where they have mandatory conscription, where everybody once they reach the age of 18 or adulthood, they have to serve 2 years in. We don't have that here in the U.S. So it's ironic for someone to claim someone so unpatriotic. And when I told him, well, you still young enough. Go on down there to the station, raise your hand, swear an oath, go to the MEP station, take your physical, get your uniform, take your ass on over there. Then come back to me and talk to me about patriotism. But you just bloviate, if patriotism is a thing you live, not a thing that you talk or you say. And that's all he does is just talking and say it. So he can knock it off with that. Disloyal to who? Disloyal to who?
Sound like to him.
And who should I be grateful to?
To America, man.
Yeah, America ain't done nothing for me that I ain't done for America.
Okay.
America ain't done nothing for me that I ain't done for America.
Well, then, Rico, I got another question for you. Since we're talking about America and people, you get this a lot. Well, you heard it a lot while you were on the other panel. Excuse me. Would you go to a third world shithole if it's so bad here? He hit you with that a couple of times.
Yeah, I'm trying to make an honest answer. No, because of the fact of the matter is, like, first of all, I even struggle with that concept of third world shithole. I think that there are.
Yeah, I hate hearing that, man. I hate hearing that.
My thing is, I think and even that third world, I think I call them in the real world in intelligent conversations. You call them what they are. You call them developing countries.
Yeah.
And I've never seen any that was a shithole. Would I go to one? Absolutely. Now, some are far worse than others. Like, I'm not going to go to a war-torn country. Country for safety. But, like I said, I got a home in a developing country, and that's where I plan to retire. So, hell yeah, I would go because they're not shitholes. But they're developing countries, and, that's just what they are. So to couch it in that language in any other way, it is just to be inflammatory. And I try to box you in the corner and say, why don't you go? I'm like, no, I'm not going to go to a war-torn country. I'm not going to go to Syria right now. I'm not going to go to Somalia. I'm not going to go to some place where bands of armed people are going around, kidnapping until I wouldn't go to Haiti right now because it's in a bit of. When it gets back better, I would love to go there. But none of these countries are shitholes. They're just problematic at the moment, and over time, as America once used to be a shithole. America was not born a first world country. When we were going through the Revolutionary War and the Civil War, we were deemed a shithole country. So, that question is just absolutely stupid. And to classify other places like that, it shows a lack of intelligence where this man is supposed to have some. But that's what we're here to unpack.
In the same vein, he said the immigrants will come here, fly their flag, and won't let you speak bad about their shithole while walking on American soil. Is that true, Rico? And if so, why do we disrespect our own home?
One, them coming here flying their flag and speaking proudly of their native homeland is, what's wrong with that? I'm like, again, it's like, what immigrant? Germans do it, Polish people do it, Irish people do it. Of course, when he make this statement, he's talking about people that of a certain melanated complexion, black or brown.
You already know.
But like I said, the Irish, the German, the Italians, all of them. You come here, they fly their flag on their house because it's their right. It's America. We tell them they're free to fly their flag and they're free to speak proudly of their whole of where they come from. That's absolutely their right.
There you go. There you go.
That's Mrs. Maybach. I know. Here you go. I'm gonna kiss it. Don't put them feet up.
That's
So
too funny.
what's disrespect? How is that in any way disrespecting us because people are proud of their native heritage where they come from? That's just dumb. That's dumb as Maybach music.
But what he was saying was that we disrespect our own home. Not that they're disrespecting it by being here and being proud of where they're from. But us as
Well,
black Americans, we start disrespecting our own home. You know, the kneeling and the, one that complain about America. He's saying we're disrespectful to our country.
you don't think those people sit there and complain about injustices back in their own country? It goes on all over the world. Protest is protest. There are protests all over the world in countries, and you have a right to protest against an injustice. Kneeling is not disrespect. It's called protesting. That's a basic American right. You have a right to protest against the government for anything that you deem to be a disjustice. People kneel in protest abortion. You know what I'm saying? They kneel and protest all kinds of things, but only the issues that black people choose to protest about, he seemed to have a problem with. But when there are white people, what does he think, the people on January 6th? They started out as a protest, it turned into an insurrection. But I'm pretty sure he still thinks they were patriots. And we know what they predominantly were. But it started out as a protest. We protested against taxation. That was the Boston Tea Party. The founding of America has always been about protest. But he seemed to think protest is only acceptable if you look like a certain color. So what are we doing that the Boston Tea Party didn't do? What are we doing that those insurrectionists before they ran into the Capitol didn't do? What were we doing with the Tea Party? Those are all protests. You know what I'm saying? That's insane. So when we were fighting for civil rights and protesting that, we were treasonous and disrespectful then? Is that it? It's just nuts.
You're treasonous. There it is, Rico. You're treasonous. You're military.
I'm not thinking about it. So when you going to join Maybach? Come on, Maybach. I'll put back on a uniform if you put one on. But we know you won't do it.
And
Chaotic sent you over here. But did you hit the like button on the way in? Give us a like at least, Maybach. Come on, give us a like. Give us a like.
Hey, Rico, Trump was right the whole time. That son of a bitch Kaepernick committed treason just like you.
That's why I don't stand. That's why I don't stand for the national anthem then. Now,
so let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What did you think about this comment here? Because this one bothered me on that colorism spectrum. High yellow bastard. Some of my best friends are high yellow. I was like, what? Where did that even come from?
From the self-hatred he has about from the self-hatred that he has about his complexion, probably being teased and bullied all his childhood and his adult life for being so dark-skinned, and him not having no one didn't pour affirmation into him about the beauty of his melanated skin. So he hates it. He hates it. And then by projecting on people of a lighter complexion, trying to make them feel the same pain and suffering about their high yellow skin that he feels about his blackness. It's a sickness. And I told you, I have a son, an adult son who struggled with, as a kid, but we poured affirmation into him. So when people teased him, I always told them the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. You a fine, handsome black man, and don't you ever feel any shame for that shit. I'm sorry if his mother or father didn't speak that affirmation into him. But there's no reason or no excuse for him to pass that trauma on to anybody else, even a public figure, and then to sit there. I wish I was one of his high yellow friends. And I heard him say that shit. I wish I was.
That was crazy.
We'd have a serious problem. But he said it. It was his words. And that is poisonous. Colorism is the cousin of racism. Racism, colorism, they're all in the same vein.
Now, when he was...
Colorism, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, because I actually got my questions out of order. So we got the colorism thing tackled. But I wanted to go back to M3's, because as Chaotic said, M3's silly ass question. Did Kaepernick even have a good reason for what he was doing? Chaotic Truth said the problem didn't even exist.
He had, not only did he have a bunch of reasons to do it, We still today have reason for protesting the issues of, police and accountability, for police accountability. We're constantly, yeah, you are out. Okay, hit like, give us a like on the way out. We're constantly talking about the unfair treatment of people of color in this country, and he decided to take a stand for it, and it cost him his future in the NFL. So yeah, the problem exists. We all know it exists. We know it will continue to exist. If it didn't exist, George Floyd wouldn't have happened. If it didn't exist, the young man also in Minneapolis who just got shot and killed for sleeping on the couch wouldn't have happened. If it didn't exist, Trayvon Martin wouldn't have happened. Tamir Rice wouldn't have happened. All of these repeatedly incidents of unarmed black men, unarmed or lawfully armed. The young black man was in the car that was shot and killed in Minnesota before that. It's just too many incidents. So if he chooses not to see, he's willfully ignorant. He's saying, in spite of all this empirical data and statistics and evidence that says it to the contrary, I'm going to refuse to believe it. So he's not walking around with blinders on. Every time a problem comes up that affects our community, he throws his hands up over his face. Okay, well, you just choose to be that damn ignorant. The rest of us don't have to be, nor should we be. But when he put these statements out, because, again, when we talk about what's the harm, somebody will come into that space and they will hear that bullshit and they will be like, well, what is the harm? And that'll be where we're at.
I do have another question for you. Still sticking with that. He, of course, took a little bit of a problem with Black Lives Matter and things like that. Of course, he threw up Chicago. Where's BLM in Chicago? Now, Rico, serious question. Let's take this seriously. When do our lives matter to black people? Because even me, of course, I support the Black Lives Matter idea, but there is a lot more assertiveness or passion when it's like a police killing, because now that's where I don't like it. It goes stupid. Why don't you protest killings in the streets? Where would you protest a gang killing? Where would you protest a drug deal going? Where would you protest a drive-by? So I never got that part of it. But seriously, why don't we seem to get as passionate? Because I don't see the large demonstrations over the murders. There are some vigils, but they're typically small, like around 60 people in my city. But when it was Black Lives Matter stuff, even the stuff that didn't happen in our city, we had like 1,000 people around the city hall. So why don't we?
Okay, well, first of all, let's not say we don't, because we do. We do.
Do we?
Don't
in large numbers.
Let me explain something to you. I'm gonna explain the difference. Okay, but yes, we do. Whether the number is, if you kill me, I wouldn't care if it was 10,000 or if it was 10. Just speak up for me. I don't think the numbers theoretically make the difference to the injustice. An injustice is an injustice. Okay, so let's start with this. When we had the large uprisings and protests around the killings of George Floyd, Eric Garner, these were people that were killed at the hand of the state, not a gang or another citizen, because those killings happen every day. You can't protest the killing of a citizen by a citizen as you do. We are not supposed to be killed by our government. That's never supposed to happen. It should be zero killings like that ever. Eric Garner shouldn't have been killed. George Floyd. It's a level. It takes it to a level greater than it ever should be, because that should never happen. Because if it's equal justice under the law, they would have never been killed, and they were. So that's why that gets the attention it gets. I do know that people are protesting gang shootings and murders and killings over cities all over the country, obviously not on the same scale, but they oftentimes, they don't get the press, they don't get the numbers. And again, like you sit there and said, if it's the Bloods that killed the Crips, if my son, if I'm a Crip member, and most of these, let's face it too, let's be honest, when they talk about Chicago, a lot of that is gang on gang violence. Who the hell's going to protest that? The people on the ground generally know So if I know that this guy was a blood and he got killed by a Crip, a vigil is about all he gonna get, because people know, now they do. When you do see them on the local level come out, it's when children are killed, when elderly people are killed, when people are killed in random shootings or robberies where we know that these people were not doing anything nefarious. But as the majority of these killings are, interrelated, violence on violence for whatever reason, it's understandable that the citizenry would not be up in arms. Hell, they wasn't up in arms when the Italians was killing each other in the 1920s and all their gangland shoot. Who the hell is going to be up in arms about that? They've never been up in arms where gang shooting is gang shooting. And as the majority of the killings in Chicago is gang related, who the hell is supposed to be up in arms about that? You wish it stopped. You wish it stopped. You don't even want to see that. But who the hell is going to protest that? You will protest unjustified shootings and killings. So it's a silly and a ridiculous argument. And all they do is they use Chicago as a deflection so that they don't have to address the real problem, which is the state-sanctioned violence and killings against unarmed Black people. That's what they can say. They can point to gang shooting gang and say, well, we're going to ignore the police, who should never be killing us unlawful. They should never be doing it. There be zero incidents of it, but they do it every day. Not every day, but I'm just saying they do it too damn often.
Now, Rico, this next question is a play on words since we were talking about Black Lives Matter. But we're switching topics a little bit. All opinions matter, don't they, Rico?
Nope. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I will say this. I will go as far as to say as all opinions deserve to be heard. And once it's heard, depending on what is said, that can be different. So it's kind of hard for me to conflate two things together, because obviously if I've never heard your opinion, I have to at least allow you to express it and to hear it. But if your opinion is something so wildly off the damn rails, no, it's not equal. No, absolutely not. If we can have opinions about child rearing, and you can say, well, I don't spank my kids, and I say, well, I throw mine off the fucking roof when they make me mad. No, that opinion is not equal to I make mine stand in the corner. So if we have two opinions about punishing children. I make mine stand in the corner when they're hollering, or I put mine in a tub of scalding water. No, your opinion ain't equal. It's both an idea. I heard that crazy shit you said, and get out of my face. They're just not equal. But people want to get into this space that, well, I should be able to say whatever I want, and it should be given the same weight. No, it's not. No, it's not. Even if you were talking about religion, and you be like, oh, I worship, pig shit. Okay, I heard you. Now that I know, thank you. Goodbye. I don't, you don't have to look at them all the same. It's just a silly argument. What people do, because what it is they want to say what they want and they want to pass. That's what they use. I create this so I can get a pass for this fuckery I'm about to say.
No, I definitely understand that. I want to ask two more questions, and then I want to know if it's okay with you if I open up the panel to a few other perspectives too. But these next two questions are specifically for you. Give me a second. I'm gonna put the link in the chat just in case anybody is here and does want to come up to push back on us, to push back on Truth and his talking points, to ask some of the remaining questions. So just hit us up if you are interested. But Rico, the next two questions, since he did pull up your service, he said, and I want to know, did you serve in the Coast Guard or one of the other four branches? And if so, what capacity? Because he came in and he diminished your capacity. He said you basically didn't do anything. So I just wanted you to clear that up if you wouldn't mind.
I served in the Army.
Okay.
Yeah, I was in the Army. I spent the first 3 years in Fort Devon, Massachusetts. Then I went overseas to Korea for a year, and I did my last 2 years at Fort Benning, Georgia.
Okay, so he's a complete troll. Okay, that was all made up.
Yeah, that was just all made up. And
you know how many times
in the Air Force now, over stationed in Germany at Ramstein. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Rico. He said it so many times. I was like, No, but it was he said it for like 2 hours straight.
Yeah,
I
no.
just I never heard you push back on it, so I thought, oh, he must have really been in the Coast Guard.
No, I started messing with Marcus because I knew Marcus was a Marine, and I started calling him a jarhead, right?
That's
And I think John
hilarious.
he chimed in because he's a Marine, and I said, yeah, we always, the Army would mess with the Marines and say, oh, you got the bolts in your neck, or you were too stupid to get in the Army, so you joined the Marine, and the Air
Mm-hmm.
Force would say the same thing about the Army. And the funny thing about it was, before I went into the Army, I wanted to get into the I went initially to apply to get in the Coast Guard. Back
Yeah.
then, the Coast Guard was still under the Department of Transportation, and I couldn't pass the medical exam for the Coast Guard. But the Army said, "Fuck it, we'll take them." So that's why I ended up in the Army. Seriously, I went to because I passed the test, and you have to go to the MEP station where you take your military entrance processing, whatever, up in Baltimore, and I couldn't pass that. So the Army said, okay, we don't care about what his problem is. We'll take him. And I went and joined the Army. But I don't know what I just think he did that because, believe it or not, he was trying to diminish, considering, and most service members probably think, but they got some kick-ass dudes in the Coast Guard. So he going to fuck around and he going to say something sideways to a coastie, and they're going to thrash his ass. So he might want to be careful about that, man.
Hey, but that goes to your point though about pushing back when you hear these things, because he has said it so many times that I started to wonder, like, well, it must, because I never heard you address it. So I was like, well, it must. But you just weren't addressing it because he was stupid.
It was stupid. Yeah, it was just stupid.
That's hilarious.
He just making it up. And the thing is, he was correct about one thing, because like I said, when I served, it wasn't wartime.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, everybody didn't serve in war. I said, I never said I served in a war. I never said I was a combat vet. I don't do any of that. I just said I served. I'm a veteran. I served in the Army for 6 years. Period. I'm like, but peace or wartime, your ass ain't did nothing. So tell me about it, sir. Since you told Mr. Rough and Tumble, since you the great American patriot, go ahead, get your little shirt with your S on it, and you go, I'm Mr. America or whatever, and go ahead, Captain America. Join up, Captain America. And the recruiting stations, they not full, they not closed. You can go right downtown in your local city, and there's a fucking recruiting office. Go on down there and sign up.
So let me ask you a question, Rico.
Go ahead.
You do not wear your service to the country as a badge of honor, as some vets do. You don't hesitate to criticize issues in the country. How did you come to your stance about black people in relation to the country, considering your service to the country? And thank you for that service as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know a lot of veterans who, behave just like I did, who don't walk around thumping their chest about their service. Because here's the thing is, this is the difference. And I even told my son this. I mean, like I said, I got out, I want to say like 1990.
Okay.
I think when I got out. So it's been a while ago. And when I was in, the funny thing about it is, I mean, like, we weren't treated like Vietnam vets who were scorned and spat upon and all that, because they were called baby killers and all that fucked up shit for serving their country. So, but, of course, we were the generation thereafter, because from Vietnam up until basically the global war on terror, we were at peace around the world with the exception of a few spat. We had the first Gulf War that lasted about a month. That was George Herbert Walker Bush. They came in and they took, I think Iraq invaded Kuwait, and George Bush sent them over there to 82nd, a couple other units, and it was done in about a month. Then we were back in the States. We went to Panama, and we got rid of Noriega, and we had they invaded the island of Grenada. That was a weekend. So the little skirmishes that we got up into, we jumped into Panama. That shit was over about 2 weeks. Grenada was about a week or two, as of armed conflicts during the period that I was in. The only one was the first, which was the first Desert Storm. And we pounded the shit out of Iraq with air superiority, tanks, and it was over pretty quick. So, for the time that I served, and I served with a lot of Vietnam vets and whatnot, so they were totally jaded from the way they were treated. So I think I was in a period where it was still some residual, where Americans didn't look at, see, Americans didn't always look at the military with a set of reverence. So we weren't necessarily looked at that way. And people don't realize that. Remember, World War II veterans was looked at very highly. Vietnam vets were shitted on. They were treated very unfairly. And then for the period thereafter, we just served, we prepared for war every day, we did our thing. And whether you served or didn't serve, they didn't look at you with reverence. That didn't happen until after we got attacked after 9/11. Well, all of a sudden, this newfound appreciation for the military kicked in the country. But before that, you might have been looked at as just a bag. You wasn't looked at as much else. You didn't have. I never knew. If I came home, man, I'm gonna thank you with my service. We didn't get no fucking benefits on the plane, train, or but you gonna sit where your fucking ticket tell you to sit. Right now, that guy get on, he go to first class. Back then, they wasn't doing that shit. It was like, no, we weren't getting no perks. You got the perks you paid for. Yeah. So you thought of your service differently. And again, like you said, I thought about, and I tell a lot of people, I was like, when people look at the whole kneeling, I'm like, most people in the military, we hate saluting the flag or the damn. The thing in the military, right? When we were on the base, and my son even tells me now, when it's reveille and retreat. Reveille is when the flag goes up in the morning, and retreat is when it go down in the evening. Man, you'd be so tired because be in the cold, whatever. When you hear that shit, you got to turn around and salute. You would look for a building so fast so you can run your ass inside because then you didn't have to do it. You were like, boom, and you see him just hauling ass and you're trying to get indoors anywhere because then you don't have to stand out there like a damn popsicle stick or whatever and do this. You just, you want to do your job. So all this hyper patriotism that people who don't serve, people in the military, I'm not going to say they are patriotic, but we're not no patriotism. They were not patriotism fanatics like people who didn't serve. They end up with more of a fucking hard on about it. And I think even a lot of guys who, I can't speak to the gentlemen who served during the global war on terror. I don't think they're any more of a hard on over patriotism. They serve their brothers. They feel proud of their service and nothing more. That's what you feel. You feel proud of what you did, the people you did it with, and all this uber hyper bullshit that people are trying. And I think people should, thankfully, I thank these guys since the global war on terror has taken place. But America was not as patriotic as it is now. They were for after World War II, a little bit for Korea, because even after the Korean War, they were a little salty. If you study the history of American patriotism, World War II, I mean, these guys feel like they fought over there and came home and had to fight again. Because, like I said, you hear the stories of what Vietnam vets went through just for serving the country because of the media portrayal, they were shit upon. And even thereafter, it didn't go away in the general populace. So, it'll affect the way you feel about your service. So I'm like, I'm proud of it. Nobody was there with me, so fuck it. They don't know, and they don't know what we went through. But I did it for them and the guys I was with, and not the people out in the street, because they wasn't gonna thank us. Oh, no way, they never did thank me.
Right.
So I don't feel jaded about it or anything. But then how I felt about the country was formed about my blackness, even when I was in the military. Because America still let you know when you in back then in the early '80s, I was a nigga in uniform. It just still was.
So then let me ask you a question about that. Like hearing what you're saying, and then having somebody, I know it's online, and I know you probably don't take it seriously, but then to have your patriotism questioned by a black man, I mean, was there any feeling at all, or was it just like whatever?
There's a level of offensiveness to it, and probably more so because he never served, and because he doesn't know what he's talking about. I wouldn't be offended about it at all if it was a fellow vet. And not only does he never serve, you can see he would push a woman in front of him. That's the part that gets me. It's his character. He's the guy on the Titanic that's the first motherfucker in the lifeboat. I swear. He would be there with a wig on, women and children. That's the part that offends me most. Is he would be the guy with the wig and the dress on, women and children first, women and children first. That's what offends me about him. That's it. I know he would be.
That's so messed up, man. You wrong. You wrong for that one, man. You wrong.
He would be. He would be.
Sim Simma sees it. Oh man, golly, that's dirty. But Risa or Risa Neal, they said thanks for serving our country. So their father was a vet,
Yeah.
Vietnam.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But I want to get back to the question, Rico, because why do black people from Africa and America move away from other black people as soon as they have the opportunity? Why is that such a thing in us that we try to get away from each other? I mean, growing up, man, that was the dream. That was the way we told, man. I want to get out the hood. I want to get out the hood. I want to get out the hood. But you're escaping your own people.
Well, here's the thing: is I can understand the philosophy of wanting to get out of the hood because that's trying to escape poverty, and I can get anybody wanting to move up out of poverty. You know, because I mean that shit's. You make it fun because you have no other choice. So, like I said, I grew up in the projects poor. Yeah, hell yeah, we make it fun. We're gonna sit around and be depressed all day for? Because it wasn't gonna change. So you make the best of a bad situation, and that's fine. However, this whole concept of wanting to get away, and what unfortunately we self-internalize poverty to equate to people of color or black people specifically. So that's the problem is we, you know, and it takes a sense of maturity and a level of growing up to get to the space where it's like, you know, you can actually say that, hey, poverty doesn't equal blackness. Break the mindset that poverty equals blackness, that everything poor or everything bad or everything defective is black. So if you can do that, because thankfully I've lived in some communities, predominantly black communities that were very well-to-do homeowners. People got along well, everything was great, and you didn't have all that ratchetness. Didn't always stay there, but I've seen communities like that all over the country. Not as many as it should be, but they do exist. You know, I thank God. Like I've lived in. I'm one county over now from the most wealthy, predominantly black county in the whole country, Prince George's County, Maryland.
Okay.
Prince George's County, Maryland is the number one, the most wealthiest, predominantly black county in America. You can look it up. It's got its hoods too. Don't get me wrong, but then they have a lot of homes with millionaires and, you know, with very well-to-do neighborhoods. Obviously, it's right outside of Washington, D.C., so you have a lot of well-to-do government workers. A lot of the black flight from D.C. moved into Prince George's County. It used to be predominantly white. Now it's predominantly black, but, you know, people well-to-do. So that's an entire county, probably, you know, a couple million people maybe. So it can exist. And there are other pockets of it all over the country. But the whole concept of, and people are trying to go there in droves, you know, like can't build enough houses there, and obviously you won't. But so they try to, there are other pockets in this area, even in the county that I live in, there are populations of predominantly black, predominantly Hispanic, Asian, and they are all well-to-do communities. I live in one that's very diverse, that has everything. So I don't get the whole concept of, it takes a sense of maturity to say that, okay, let me unpack this trauma that says everything black is bad and accept that. I don't want to get away from my people. I never have, never will. But of course, I fully understand people not wanting to be in areas of poverty or areas of a lot of crime, poor schooling, or a lack of safety. So if you couch it in that, and then I know that those, I've seen some, you can go up in Baltimore, if True's here, go to, I think there's a place called Pigstown, that's predominantly white, has all the ills. So I'm like, you know, when I started seeing places like that around the country, I was like, oh hell, go to West Virginia, full of opioid, you know, meth heads, prostitution, everything broken in, no jobs, boarded up. So I was like, you think this is a ghetto, but it's all white people. So they're all over. I'm pretty sure they got pockets of it in your state in Ohio. I'm sure they do. No doubt. You know what I'm saying?
You already know.
So,
Yeah.
so this concept of applying that level of poverty and problems and ills strictly to black only as if it doesn't exist in others, that's where that problem and that feeds that mentality and that narrative.
I definitely hear you, and that is a thing too. We need to get out of that mindset. I mean, because I wish we had more of a collectivist spirit about ourselves, but I understand how this country puts you in an individualist mindset. You know, get yourself, get the bag. And they always say the idea is that I'm gonna get what I need for myself, and then I'll be able to reach out and take some care of somebody else. But it always seems like by the time you go through that journey, you're not looking to reach back anymore. So I get it, I get it. But I do want to ask the next question, Rico. Nope, that was the last question, Rico. Rico, prove to me your neighbors are black. And are you a scumbag who would eat my last sandwich if you were my cellmate?
Unfortunately, I cannot prove to you my neighbors are black, but I will one day. And hell yeah, if I was your cellmate, I'd eat your last sandwich. So he was right about something.
When he said that, man, I couldn't help but laugh. I'm like, man, that was crazy.
That was very crazy. Very crazy.
Yeah, but Simma had a question. Did you see the Chaotic Truth on the Kwame Brown show? I didn't go back in that.
I didn't see it. I actually the last stream prior to yesterday that I got on and I got into it with him was, and I know I saw brother Clarence and him doing a reaction to it, but I did see bits of it when they were doing a reaction where Kwame tore his ass up. So yeah, I thought that was kind of funny, and I told him, I was like, I see how his mouth and how he tries to talk to people gets him in trouble. You know, he does it to himself. Nobody's doing it to him. Nobody's bullying him. Nobody's picking on him. It's him and his mouth. So he gonna go over there thinking he's gonna go over there and opine to Kwame Brown and wow him with his brilliance and dazzle him. And they just saw him for what he was coming through the door, and they just let loose on his ass coming through the door. And I'm being bullied. No, you had no business bringing your ass over there thinking that you were going to talk down to these men. And they didn't. Yeah, he tried. He tried to show his brain. And they lit his ass up. They did. It was hilarious. He didn't go over there humble. He went over there trying to be argumentative to defend Tommy. And nobody was saying that the woman should have hit Tommy. They were just saying the way that Tommy went at the woman, they found that wasn't very manly. They didn't think it was manly at all. But, you know, chaotic, trying to be a contrarian for a contrarian's sake. I'm like, you bit off more than you can chew. You should have just sat back, fell back, and just shut the hell up. That was not the crowd nor the time. And you should have known that Tommy and Kwame has a history. So while Kwame didn't have anything to do with Tommy getting into it, he gloated about Tommy getting his ass jumped on. Because I'm like, you know, Tommy had went on for weeks talking about Kwame Brown. If you saw when Kwame Brown was going through his thing, Tommy went on for weeks, you know, trashing him and calling him all kinds of names. So it was like, hey, shit, payback is a mother. And that's basically what happened. Then Chaotic go over there trying to defend Tommy. I'm like, that's the wrong place to go trying to defend him. But he's so into. I don't know if he knew that or if he just thought so much of himself. But they got his ass, so that was good for
him. Real quick, I'm about to drop Simma's YouTube channel in the chat.
Oh, cool.
Cool. So make sure anybody listening, please go like and subscribe to Simma. RRP here on YouTube definitely got a lot of content, and I promise you, he put stuff up at the right time. Cause I mean, he said he put something up that really kind of hit me at the point I was trying to go in my troll mode, but I was like, you know what? Based on what he said, I was like, it's better to just be what you're trying to be and not who you used to be. Kind of like that's what I took from it. Like, man, just do better, man. So I appreciate him for his content. It's thoughtful and uplifting. So man, definitely appreciate that at the right time. Let me see. I am looking for my banners. Sorry. My fault, everybody. Man, so Rico, this next question is kind of the lover.
Did you pin the stream if anybody want to come out?
I did.
Oh,
Let
it's
me see.
pinned?
Good looking for it's pinned. So next question, Rico. If he thinks, and it's the lover to leave it question flipped on chaotic truth. If he thinks so little of us, should he leave?
I don't subscribe to anybody having to leave. I just don't. I wouldn't miss his ass if he did, but I don't subscribe to that narrative that people should have to leave, because I think, like, this country, like all other countries, you have a right to speak out against things that you don't agree with. I mean, hell, you're speaking out every 2 years or every year that you vote. Voting is a form of speaking out against something. So when you vote for representatives to do something for you, that's a form of speaking out. So I don't know how he comes to the conclusion that if you don't like it, so if we didn't like it and we decided to completely vote out all the people in Congress and vote in a bunch of radical feminists, that would mean why do we got to leave? You know what I'm saying? And that's what happens. If you hear in these spaces, when voting doesn't go their way, that's exactly what they say. Because you're hearing, well, if Obama win, I'm leaving the country. I'm like, that means people spoke up. They had a voice. They voted. Why do you have to leave if the vote doesn't go your way? Because I ain't never told nobody, well, if Trump come back, I ain't going no damn way. I'm not. The whole leaving thing makes no sense. So if they want to, if that's and you only look at people who come forth with that narrative when you don't subscribe to their ideology. Because like I said, I get in my feminism, feminazi and beta and white knight, but I mean, I don't think anybody has to. I'll argue my point, win, lose, or draw. But I don't think nobody got to leave because they don't agree with me. And no, stay. I mean, to be honest with you, I look forward to people thinking differently so we can continue to have the conversation and continue to go back and forth. Because maybe I do need to evolve, and maybe I will evolve. I don't know. But if they all leave and they're not here to challenge me, what do I get out of that? And no, they're not. I don't want to silence them, and I don't want to do this, and I don't want to do that. I just think all that is silly. It's pointless, and it does nothing to move the conversation. It does nothing to start the conversation. It does nothing to for us in any way.
No,
definitely.
No, go ahead, please.
That's his thing. He always is pushing. When he gets backed into a corner, he comes up with something silly and stupid like that. Leave. If you don't do this, you're a traitor. It's like, I'm like, do you even know what the fuck treason is? Like he made the statement, Ukraine committed treason against Russia. I'm like, do you know what the fuck treason is? How can one sovereign country commit treason against another sovereign country? That's insane. I'm just like, I don't even, so when he argues and push back on some stuff, I'm like, do you even, so even when he said what he said about Colin Kaepernick, I'm like, do you know what that is? That's nowhere near treason. Him kneeling. That's called protesting. What the hell is wrong with you?
Now we're about to switch it up.
Protesting is not.
Listen, we're about to switch it up because we got a grenade. Let me put this one thing in the chat. Go ahead and finish. I'm gonna put something in the chat, but then I have a question for you, like 10 seconds.
Okay. No, I mean, that was all I was just saying, was just him using terms that either he doesn't know what they mean or he know what they mean, and he just again pushing it to be provocative.
Man, this next question it's from the chat. I mean, cause I already know what he's doing. He's trolling, but it plays into where I was going with it. Womenosphere versus Manosphere. AR. Said, ask me who I'm voting for in 2024. Which, I'm going to ask this question. Should black people adopt conservative values, politics, or beliefs? Because I already know who he's voting for in 2024. I already know. I don't even need to answer that question. But should these black people adopt conservative values, politics, or beliefs, in your opinion?
I think we do adopt some of them. I don't think. I'm being honest. As a black Democrat, liberal, whatever the hell you want to call me, because I admit I'm more on the blue side than the red side. But I have some conservative values and beliefs. Remember, I told you, I am as much as I'm all for police accountability. I'm law and order as a motherfucker. Remember, I told you I didn't necessarily believe that more black people needed to be let out. I believe more white people needed to be locked up. I really do. I just think that too many of them get away with things that they should be locked up for. So, but I am for, you can be law and order and police accountability. I'm not for defund the police. I'm for police accountability. You know who I can't stand? I can't stand fucking police unions. I love police officers. I can't stand police unions. That's my issue. That's it. If we could do away with all the police unions, I'm good. I ain't never seen a force where, we pay for them with our tax dollars and we can't fire these motherfuckers when they need to be fired. I think that's just utterly insane. And that's, one of the few places. Tell him he forgot LESS.
The great hopeless, great white hopeless.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, so politics, yes, some. Again, I also told you, I don't think taxes is the black man problem.
Okay.
I think that's a fallacy. But I think black people are more pro-life than pro-choice. I think, we are more for religion in schools, even though I'm not, so I know that the majority of my people we're more religious, we're more, we have a lot more conservative lean. It's just that I think when they complain about the Democrats getting such a high percentage of the black votes, it's like the most critical issues that matter to us, they lean Democrat. So, nobody's a one issue voter, but again, I'm sitting there like the Second Amendment ain't our issue because it ain't gonna keep our ass from being, we need to be worrying about criminal reform, police accountability, voting rights. Those issues are more, because those are issues that directly affect us the most. So when you talk about criminal reform, you're talking about the unfair balance of, like I said, when they talk about the crack cocaine disparity. Come on, man. 100 grams of coke is 100 grams of coke. Whether you cook it up as rocks or you do it as powder, it's the same shit. But for some reason, one time gets you 100 times more jail time than the other. That's a racial thing. So as a person of color, yeah, they can defund Section 8 too. I think the whole criminality of cannabis. Come on. Really? What about, what I'm saying? When you talk about the criminality of cannabis, that's just insane. So that's why I think we're if the conservatives if the conservatives, I don't know if that's true, AR, that coke and crack make people react different. I think it's what they put in the crack, not the crack itself.
Yeah.
I think
I'm not a chemist.
I think if you put some of that shit in with the coke, which they didn't, they put certain chemicals in with the coke to make the crack. So I think a combination of those other chemicals, but it was still cocaine. But then it was obviously all kinds of shit they put in with it. So
just say no to drugs, people. We got conflicting views. Make coke affordable again. Just say no to drugs.
we having a coke fight.
Appreciate you, AR. Yeah, we don't need any coke fights.
We need this cocaine battles.
But since we were talking about AR was talking about the Great White Hope. What do you believe? And again, it's just an opinion because I don't think we have any statistics to really prove it. But I keep hearing the argument about black people did better under Trump. Like, do you believe that? Do you think there's something to that at all?
I don't think so. I don't think we did no better or worse.
Okay.
You know, just in America moved along. But no, I ain't do no fucking better. I didn't know any better. Now, I think if you were in the top 5%, yes, you did better. But I don't know too many people in the top 5% that are black. If you were in that income bracket, yes, you did well. That's why you saw a lot of these black entertainers trumping for Trump, because they were, most blacks was employed.
More blacks, yeah.
Were employed doing Trump? I don't see how. I don't think that was true. Okay, he free cut, exactly. More black funding. The only thing I will agree to that there was additional funding to HBCUs under Trump. I will give him that. Now, I don't know about the whole employment thing. I think that's a fallacy because, I mean, hell, and no matter what it was, when it was at the start, COVID hit and we fucking skyrocketed up in the unemployment. So, you know, are you going to, does he take the hit for that? Because he's taking credit for the trend that Obama set before he came into office, where the unemployment was going down. No, I don't think he's doing a better job.
And that was my next question.
I said it's the same.
Okay.
I clearly said we didn't do any better, we didn't do any worse, and I don't think it's any different now. And in 3 more years, I think it may be a little bit better or worse either which way, because we still in America. We get screwed under both of them.
So I want to ask you a question about that. Like, okay, we admit that as black people, we don't feel like we've gotten our fair shake under anybody. So then my next question is, what do you think we need to do to fix it as far as voting? Because people always lift up voting as a solution. I've pushed back on the question I'm asking, but I don't know, based on numbers and demographics, how black voting is going to get black issues to the forefront. Just numerically, I don't see it. You got to pause?
1 moment.
Got you. Been muted the whole time. I'm an idiot. Anyway, thank you for that. Well, Womenosphere said, forget left or right. I think us as people just need to do better. Get rid of BLM and other black leaders. Do we have black leaders? I mean, that would be my next question. Do we have black leaders? And I know BLM has kind of been outed as a, you know, I mean, they got the money, they got their houses, but I just want to know. I don't understand how, if we're less than 15, Rico and Chef was cooking. When, Danny? But I'd like to know how, as a smaller, like as a minority, voting from a minority position, if we don't have economics and we don't have a numbers game for voting, I don't understand how we can really make any inroads as far as using voting to advance ourselves. A lot of people talk about we need to vote more, but even if we 100% voting, we're still, what, 15% of the country tops. So locally, we could have some sway in certain places, but man, but even in my city, we're no more than, what, 25, 30% tops. And we're always going to get outvoted unless that coalition of different minorities. But it never seems to, oh, Chef, my bad. Chef was cooking in silence. Chef is always cooking. Appreciate that, Danique. Man, I honestly, let me just shout out everybody that's been rocking with us for a minute. Sim RRP, follow him in the chat. Womenosphere versus Manosphere. Man, AR, definitely appreciate you. His link is in the chat as well. Danny Anthony is coming to a channel near you soon. He's going to get up and running, so I appreciate y'all rocking with me. And Quantum Love Metaphysician, I know you stopped in. I'm not sure if you're still here, but I really appreciate the support from y'all. I mean, it means a lot, and we're still growing. Only a few shows under our belt, but I mean, hopefully there's some value to it for y'all. I've only got a few more questions for Rico, so this will probably be the last hour unless somebody pulls up. So when he gets back from the little boy's room, but I'm gonna ask you guys a question from Chaotic Truth because we asked about the conservative values. So everybody in the chat, what do you think? Because Chaotic Truth did say this, that white people are more patriotic. Do you believe that? Hit me up in the chat. Boom. He's back. Yeah, Danny, come on, man. It's your turn. It's your turn. It's your turn, player. Are whites more patriotic, Rico? I asked the chat on Womenosphere versus Manosphere. Say, yep.
You know what? This is put like this. I'm gonna say slightly more. But they got a lot more reason to be. Okay, and we have a lot more reasons to be less patriotic. You know, they pretend like, you know, you got to realize my grandfather served in World War II and came home and was still called a nigger. Still couldn't buy a home, couldn't ride in front of the bus. People served in World War I. People served in the Civil War, the Revolutionary War. So, you know, you're asking people to be super patriotic for a country that they could serve or they would want to serve and still be treated as less than. So how they get this whole and we're talking about for hundreds of years. We're not talking about, just a couple of years, you know, so to these guys go out and do all that. That's just crazy. Well, you know, and even to this day, you know, I think a lot of young men still go out and, you know, you could be from parts of this country where you go back home and you're still, you're still racially profiled. So maybe you're not called the N-word, but now that I'm not in uniform, I'm walking around the store and I'm being followed because of the color of my skin. I ain't feeling very patriotic. This guy don't know what I did over in Iraq, Iran, or wherever else, and now I come back to America because they don't see a uniform. They see me in uniform, they might treat me one way. They see me in a hoodie, they're gonna treat me a whole nother way, and it's all based on the color of my skin. These things still happen. So if, you know, I think it's 2 degrees. I'll sit there and say, yeah, white people are a little bit more patriotic simply because of the fact that, yeah, you know, they're more invested and more in control. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Denise. That's just it, plain and simple. And we can't act like that there's not a fundamental difference. But, you know, they're more patriotic than Asian Americans. They're more patriotic than Latin Americans because all of these other classes know that they're still slightly less. They're still going to be treated slightly less. Because at the end of the day, people don't want to have the conversation of the ultimate conversation is white supremacy. You know, so the military and certain things can make things better, but it doesn't make it perfect, and it damn sure don't make it equal.
I'm gonna disagree. I'm going to disagree with all of you. I do think that white people are not more patriotic, and it's actually to Danique's point because they have all the control and investment. And I'm related to a biblical principle. 2 of them. One, Jesus has said, if I'm not mistaken, it was Jesus. He said greater things than the things. He was talking to his 12 disciples. So everybody knows about Jesus and the 12 disciples. He was talking to them and saying greater things shall be done than what he had done, because he had all the power. He was the Son of God, so he could do certain things, but he was leading them. So then on their own, they had to do stuff without him around, like without your parent. A kid like having to get on without their parent. You don't have the same power source you had. So if they are, white supremacy doesn't exist. If they have all the power and all the investment and control, but we're still willing to fight and die and protect and participate, I think it's greater patriotism from the lesser position to still do all the same things. Still show up in society the same way they show up in society. I think that's more patriotic. So like saying, let's say if 2 people had to cook a meal, one person had $5, the other person had 100, and they both had a comparable meal, the person that had $5 did a better job. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say it's a little. I think we're more patriotic because a lot of us still buy into the ideal, even though we don't have the receipts to prove that it's even possible for us. White supremacy doesn't exist.
Can brother AR? Can you please grace us with your presence? You're super intelligent. I love to talk with you.
Yeah.
Come on up. You don't have to cam up. You can
Yeah.
avatar up and join the conversation. Doesn't like I said, push us, push back, help us. Come on, you can be chaotic tonight. You know what I'm saying? White supremacy doesn't exist. Come on up and play chaotic for us.
So let me ask you another question, Rico, about our people. Do black people participate in the economy in a useful or productive way for themselves? Or do they waste money on low-value Jordans, rims, tech toys, and weed? Isn't our money a liability and not an asset?
I mean, first of all, yes, a large number of black people do spend money in. First of all, they participate in the economy because the best way to participate in the economy is to be a spender. We're probably the biggest fucking spenders. We spend every dollar we get, while other cultures do tend to try to save something. So that's one thing. Do we spend too much money on stupid stuff? Absolutely. But I don't think that's all of us. I'm not even gonna say that it's the vast majority of us. It's too many of us that do spend it on stupid stuff, video games, like I said, Jordan's, rims, and so on and so forth. I think that comes from a lack of financial literacy, which was not taught much in our community over generations. We're getting better at it. We're nowhere near where we need to be, but we are at least trending slowly in the right direction. You start to see more and more people of color getting involved in cryptocurrencies and things of that nature that we never used to would have been in before. So we're late to the fucking game. I admit that. Can't say we don't participate in the economy because we're a group that they give us money because they know we're going to spend it. So we turn right back around and we give it back. So it's not as helpful for ourselves as we should be, but it's foolish to say that we don't participate in an economy that we're big drivers of so many things because we spend so much. Do we spend it on stupid stuff? Yeah. We're not the only one. But we are getting, I think we're getting more and more every day, more financially literate, and that's a good thing. But again, like I said, we're starting from so far back, but at least we're going in that direction.
Okay. Let me ask you this next question then. Shouldn't we accept racism as a precondition, the same way people live on a fault line exist normally, while knowing that the earth could swallow them up? Or can people can get swept up by a tornado in Kansas? They keep on living in spite of the challenges they know are possible. Should black people also? It should be pinned. It should be pinned to the chat. Should be pinned to the chat.
All right. If you don't see it, AR, let us know. We'll drop it again.
I'm gonna try to drop it again, but it should be pinned to the top.
But absolutely not. We should never accept racism as a precondition, and it's silly to compare to a fault line because a fault line you have a choice. That's a choice. Racism, you don't have a choice. You can't change your race. But look,
you're looking at it from the opposite end. You're looking at it from the opposite end. It's not about changing your race, but you can choose where you're at. So you can choose not to live near a fault line. You can move. We could choose not to live in. We could choose not to live in America, like Chu said. You could leave it, love it or leave it. We could leave the thing we're complaining about. So should we accept that racism that we're complaining about as like an earthquake zone or a flood zone?
No, because I believe racism is a global phenomenon. I don't believe there's nowhere you can move. You have to leave the planet Earth. To me, I don't take it as an American problem. It's a worldwide problem. Anti-blackness, white supremacy is a global phenomenon. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna leave the racism of America and go get the racism of Europe, or the racism in Asia, or the racism in even Africa. You know, you can't. That's a fault line you can't move away from. You know, exactly. So, and the fault line you can move away from. You can't move away from racism. You just can't. It exists everywhere. So to accept it is to say you can't do anything about it, but I believe we can. You know, we just need to fix the human condition, you know, where you deem a particular race superior over all others or another. You know, that's a human condition that thank you, Hanif, for white domination is global. Exactly. So
You broke up, brother. You broke up. While Rico's returning to us, definitely, I do understand the position you guys are. There's nowhere you can go. You can't run. You can't hide. So I definitely understand that point. Yay, Young Froze! Yay! I need the other sound like yay.
But if you go, you know, you have to leave the planet. Short of leaving the planet, you can't. But I do think that there's hope. I like to believe, you know, long after I'm dust and gone, that at some point the human condition is going to wake up and realize just how ignorant and stupid it was to be.
Oh, he froze again. Froze. All right, so I don't know when he's coming back. I had a couple of video clips, but I did not mark them well. Okay, you froze again. You're freezing,
sorry,
Rico. You're freezing. Nah, yeah, you're back. You're back.
Okay.
You are back. I had a couple of video clips, but I did not mark them, so I don't know exactly where I was supposed to play them. I do apologize. I know it was about this portion to rebut what Truth said. I'm going to play one. It may be totally off the topic. Give me a moment.
I think at least part of it is the complexity of our society. It isn't certain how the future is going to lay itself out, and it isn't certain that what you knew in the past is going to be sufficient for you to move forward into the future. So there's lots of opportunity, but it's very complex. And it's not easy to keep up in our world. You know, like if you look around the world, you might think, well, the happiest people are those where the standard of living is the highest. That's actually not the case.
Right.
And you think, okay, well, why wouldn't that be the case? It's like, what do you want? Malaria and death at 40? Obviously not. But then you think, okay, what's the price you pay for a high standard of living? Well, that's easy. You virtually always sacrifice the present for the future. You're always working. And I would say most people in the modern world, weirdly enough, have far too much to do. You know, 2 career families and a couple of kids. It's like, man, you're done. That's 60 hours a week of flat out work. So, and that can be too much. And then I also think, because our society is philosophically unstable, and that's sort of reflected in this polarization, is that people are doubtful about whether their lives have any meaning, for example. You know, why bother? What's the use of it? Who cares? It's like, what difference is going to make it a million years, you know? And that's, life is hard, and if you just have a nihilistic viewpoint, then it's easy to be swamped by doubts and existential angst and all of that. And like, I think that's a mistake, because I think that your life can be very meaningful. It's proportionate to the responsibility that you take on. And you can learn that by watching when you're engaged in the world, you know, and what works to sort of protect you from feelings of isolation and doom. You know, and a lot of the lectures I have on YouTube are about exactly that. So I think part of it is the complexity of.
All right, now that wasn't because I didn't mark it. I didn't have it in the right place. That was about the standard of living portion. So, because he had that question about standard of living, but even the people with the highest standard of living are not the happiest. So I had that again. I didn't have that marked properly. I apologize to everyone.
What's up, man?
Here. What's up, AR, Mr.
What's
White
up, man?
Supremacist himself? No, I'm just joking.
No. Oh, yeah, I don't get banned over YouTube. No, I'll be trolling, but I don't want to get shut off of YouTube. Nah, man. What's up, Rico? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well, sir. Glad you came up, chaotic.
No, I'm not. No. He's a cool dude. You know, I think that I'm very new to YouTube spaces. So what I tend to do is I'm not the type of person to spend hours and hours of debating. Because some people they won't give up. And you can't call it truce. There's just no, So if you're against him, then he become the pastor and starts going off when it's all good.
So your position is this is mostly trolling or provocateur. That's mostly your position.
With him, I don't think he's trolling though.
Okay, he believes.
I don't think he is. I think maybe he's trying to be funny when he makes like the pastor sounds, but the things that he's saying, I don't think he's joking.
He believes.
I don't think so. No, I think he believes it.
I mean, do you see the problem with some of those? For me, almost every statement we came up with, I'm like, if a person really believes that, it used to be like back in the day for me where the guy was standing on the street corner and screaming that the world's coming to an end Friday at 6 o'clock. We just ignore him because we like, okay, tinfoil hat, whatever. So while he's not on the street corner, when you delve into some of his statements, they remind me of the guy on the street corner that would just yell and scream crazy stuff. They're just like, where in the hell did you get that statement from?
Well, even the crazy guy has a crowd, people that listens to him.
That's a good point.
Right.
So,
but I'm not talking about the messenger. I'm not talking about the charisma. I'm not talking about the followers. I'm saying let's just unpack it. If we could just make him disappear and just the words on a piece of paper, if you read it, would you not think, who the hell came up with this? Some of the words, just reading them just in black and white in the paper.
Yeah, no, some of the things I disagree with, some of it I do, but just not, like if I were to say that stuff, like when I say the Great White Hope, I'm talking about Donald Trump, obviously, but I'm joking about the Great White Hope. So I mix some truth with a little bit of joking. It's like I'm trying to explain to you about if you just take those words, even the words itself, it's extreme.
Exactly.
So I can't believe, even if it's like I'm a Christian, if you take Christianity to the extreme, I can't, I wouldn't believe that to that degree, So it's extreme, man. There's no compromise.
Was there any statement that we read that you believe in that he said? Because we took
Rashawn, yeah, Rashawn, can you pull one of them up if you don't mind?
Man,
just so I can have a.
Give me a second.
Okay.
Fact check them because I just want to see, like, okay, just the words.
If I can understand it, yeah.
Well, like this was the next question. So, like, doesn't all of the ample opportunity, freedom, and convenience outweigh any, like, the disproportionate oppression? So, like, his ideology is saying there's so much opportunity here. Like, so whatever you're complaining about, like, is outweighed. The good outweighs the bad. So, what is your take on that stance, that ideology?
In America, right? We're talking about America.
Especially in America, but you could be anywhere, but especially in America. Let's keep it in America.
Because he talks about Western societies, but I would rather couch it in America because I haven't lived in those other places.
I haven't either. So in America, 2022, if you're not disabled, even they got some stuff going on. If you're not disabled, and you're not mentally ill, I believe so. As an adult, yeah. I believe that there's more opportunity than the opportunity that's there. You can achieve more. But if you're victim Olympics, feeling bad for yourself, I believe so. I believe that's true. What a part of that you disagree with, Rico?
I think that there are systems and structures in place that can vastly affect your the degree of opportunity and freedom and convenience that you enjoy. I do believe that there are systems in place which still promote sexism to a certain degree. So there are certain things that I think that while you're a woman, that we do have access to opportunity and freedom, different people have different degrees of freedom and opportunity. So, and I think the same thing affects when it comes to racism. While we all have access to each of these, there are different degrees for certain people. So if there's a disproportionate level of oppression in some instances, just having access to opportunity and freedom cannot outweigh the level of oppression. In all things, it varies, by what it is, whether it's by color, whether it's by sex, even if it's by certain, in certain instances, religion, because you even have religious barriers for certain things, So I don't think it is cut and dry. I do believe in and I think that's where people get too hung up on the freedoms that we have in America. We think they're endless and boundless, and they're not. They're not endless and boundless.
So because if you're a child, then that's different, right? Because depending on the type of household you have, you can't control that. Let's take a grown man, 25 years. Let's say the grown man, he's 35 years old. I'm 37. A 37-year-old man. I just came out of. Well, I'm 37, man. What exactly you believe will be holding me back from becoming the next, I don't know, Bill Gates or something like that?
Well, I think it could be your past. So, for example, we take out childhood, but we really can't because we have to look at how we grew up. So you could be a 30. We ain't gonna say no incarceration, anything like this.
Yeah.
And I could be a 35-year-old white man. So when we say, okay, what's stopping us, or what's the oppression is like, well, how did we get to 35? How we got to 35 matters as much as how we got to where we are. It matters as much as it does to how we're going to go to the next place that we're going. We can't say that, oh, okay, if I started out at an advanced place than you, I'm better. Okay, I'm 35 with a college degree. You 35 with a high school diploma. Can we both become the next Bill Gates? Sure. But I'm far more likely to than you are. What was a disproportionate level of oppression? Well, you didn't have the opportunity to go to college for other reasons. Maybe the schools you went to were poorly funded. I went to school at an early age. I was taking AP classes and so on and so forth. It's not always fair or unfair, but it's the reality that we have to consider when we say, we can't say every 35-year-old man in America is equal, because we all didn't start from an equal place. We all, if you can show me where, oh, okay, you screwed up. No, you didn't screw up. You went to a high school, you did this, you did that, you did everything just like I did. And I did the same thing, but I might have went through areas where we were far more prepared. I didn't have food insecurities. I didn't have my school. They were pushing for all this academic success. And that's what we like to put everything. But I'm like, you have people of certain colors and areas that no matter how academically sound they are, they didn't have academic opportunities earlier on. So it can have an effect on you later in life, whether you wish it did or didn't. You might have wished it didn't, but you can have a lack of academic opportunities early that will affect your life later. And you're not any dumber. You just didn't have the opportunities. Now we're saying, okay, let's go to the next step. Well, it's a harder lift.
Well, before you move on, if you don't mind, before you move on, that sounds like that's the parents' fault for not providing the academic opportunity to the child.
Now, again, like I said, I'm not gonna. That's part of it as well. I agree, but it's not all the parents' fault, because we got to understand.
No, it is.
No. Let's explain something. When we talk about education in this country, it is as much a parental responsibility as a government responsibility. So the parents can be like, I'm going to take my son AR and I'm going to give him the best academic opportunities I can in this area. But we know that every area is not funded the same, and they're not funded equally. So you may go to the best schools in your town, the best schools and they could still fall well short of another part of the town where they just have, every kid got a computer and a laptop, and y'all lucky if you got one in the library. Unfortunately, we still have places of disparate treatment and not just academics, in healthcare. All over this country, there's disparate treatment, and it's by areas. So it's not always by color. Oftentimes it's about an area or a zip code, but then you'll see that area or zip code predominantly of a certain racial makeup. So to be like, oh, that's an impoverished, depressed economic area. So it's not funded worth crap, but predominantly what's there.
Well,
so
if you're talking about,
go ahead.
If you're talking about funding, that has to do a lot with who you vote
Taxes.
for. Who you vote for, the policies that they put in the left put in place, you know. But besides that, the thing is that no, life is not fair, right? There's some people born without legs.
Agree.
You know, there's people that are born without arms. So life is always not going to be fair. So me being, you know, a white man will probably have more advantages than a black man, and he has no limbs. But there's still people that are black with no limbs. They still get out and go and do that. Now, the term that y'all probably don't use, which is called the I did a recent video of the Pookie and Ray Ray Bible. So there's a lot of guys, and especially in the black culture, they like to be pampered. Grown men like to be pampered and make up these excuses of they can't become successful.
It's true.
Like I gained a lot of, I got to lose 80 pounds. I gained weight. So this lady was making an excuse that white supremacy is the reason why she can't lose weight. And I just told my girl, she got to stop making those stupid plantains. Because she has stop making that fried fruit. Yeah, she made an excuse saying that it was white supremacy the reason why she's not able to lose weight.
How?
You know, because white people are, see, Rico, white people have access to better food.
Okay, so
that was no, that's not me. That was her.
I get that. I get that.
Some people just go too crazy with it. I get that.
Yeah.
And it drives me crazy because it lessens the reality of it when they just come up with this super stupid stuff. But by the same token, I'll say, you know, I agree with all the things that you describe of the Pookies and Ray Rays who don't do well. But I think that's also the false of the other side, because then the narrative is painted that we're all that way. You know, and I don't think either is an absolute on either end. So they'll go, oh, all the Pookie and Ray Rays, they not do. And I'm like, that is a sliver of an existence that's true.
That's a lot of them. You seen the riots from 2 years ago, last year, after the George? You seen the Pookies that was rioting? The
Pookies
riots
take advantage of every opportunity. They take advantage of every opportunity. And that's what I'm saying. They're not rioting now. And they're still Pookies. So that's all I'm sitting there saying is,
so
you know,
what would you believe, Rico?
What I'm saying is they exploit an opportunity, and we see when they exploit an opportunity, and then we paint that narrative that as if, okay, then Pookie and Ray Ray should be rioting now. But they're not, because there are no protests about injustice. But the next time there are protests about injustice, they're going to take advantage of that opportunity. And then all of a sudden they take that narrative and they paint us all. So all the damn Pookies are right now in the house quiet, ain't acting a fool, but we're still painted with what they did 2 years ago. Because why are they rioting now?
Just like white people are still painted with their ancestors did a long time ago, even though they didn't do that.
They're painted for January 6th, and that wasn't that long ago.
Wait, hold on. So all the rioting that happened for a year, you're comparing that to, you're saying that January 6th was worse than?
No, well, I can tell you what, it was kind of worse. It was an attack on the government.
The only people that was, forget the government, the people that was affected were black people. Those are the ones that died. During the riot?
No, I'm talking about the Capitol.
Yeah, I know about the Capitol. That was, right. I mean, it was. I mean, I have to say it because I'm on camera, but it was a tragic day. It was bad, you know. It was it was really bad. But
it was an attack on our government. That was an attack on our government. That's an.
But the riots was done on our people. The riots that was happening for over a year was done on our people. I know that January 6th is a talking point to try to disparage, you know, Trump and the Republicans, but
I'm just saying that they're equal.
That was that's not equal. January 6th was one day. It's my birthday. I remember that day. Okay. It's one day.
Happy birthday.
The riots, thank you. The riots that happened was about a year, you know. But Rico, my whole point is that, what do you think is stopping me? Because for me to become successful, right, I don't think there's really no white man power that can really stop me from doing what I need to do, right, in life. Because maybe he can block doors, and unless it's a particular person that is just like blackballing me, then I can't, you know, that's like in Hollywood, and that's completely different. But for the most part, like, what exactly is stopping me as a black man in America today?
Let me be clear. I think first and foremost, most of our success is a product of self-determination. You have to decide what you want and if you want to be successful. No one is subscribing that because we understand that certain systems are in place that, oh, you can't overcome them or you get to sit on your ass. Whether the systems are in your way or not, you still must strive for a level of success. You just must have to do it. I tell my kids, I don't give a damn how many obstacles they put in front. You just got to learn how to climb over them. That's all there is to. Boo-hoo-hoo. I believe in the school that it's not fair. However, I also believe, what can we do to break down these barriers from people of certain groups if the barriers don't exist for everybody? If they're not barriers for everybody, then there should be barriers for nobody. But they don't get to boo-hoo and cry as me. I'm like, I had to learn to overcome them. You have to learn to overcome them. That's all there is to it. So self-determination is each and every one of us. A lot of us, the most of us, I think the majority of us, we succeed. We succeed to a decent level of living no matter what. I'm 100% there with you. As far as, the issue, and I'm going to leave that alone. The riots, as you described them, I describe them as protests. This country was founded on protest. We talked about that earlier in the stream. They rioted in Boston in the founding of the country. That was a fucking riot. They rioted all over the Civil War was started. It was a fucking riot. But it always seems whenever the rioters look a particular way, it's always deemed one way. When they look another way, it's patriotic, protest, or whatever else you want to call it. While I do not agree for all the destruction of the past couple of years, I think it started out as a protest against police accountability. And the guys got convicted. They've all been, everything that the juxtaposition of it, the George Floyd, y'all, we can't pretend like the damn officer wasn't found guilty and the other three were found guilty as well.
Okay. Now, you brought up George Floyd, though, right? Before I respond.
That's who you were talking about. Isn't that
well, I mean, yeah, but it's your channel, so I'm trying not to,
No. I was just trying to address the whole rioting thing as to the perception of it, because I know you, and I was like, is that the riots you were talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where it stemmed from, right? Yeah.
Yes. Okay, go ahead. You can respond.
Yeah, so, I mean, now George Floyd was a well, this is your channel, so I don't want to,
Say whatever you want, sir.
Yeah,
this is a
speak freely.
Space. This is a safe space.
We have 30 people.
I'm gonna lose subscribers. But George Floyd was a Pookie. George was a Pookie, and Floyd was a Ray Ray, right? That was an extreme, right? So he was in the middle. Now, what happened to him was absolutely,
Wait, that's the same person. You said George was a Pookie and Floyd was a Ray Ray.
Yeah, I know. That's how crazy his lifestyle was, I'm
confused.
Nah.
It's the same person, right?
Nah, it's the same. But let me not even trash him because he's not here. But now, yeah, I'm not even.
They are trolling.
I'm not even gonna. I'm gonna leave that alone. But
he had a troubled history.
He was a horrible person. That's what he was. He was a horrible person. He was a horrible person, and yeah, man. So I'm gonna leave that alone. But I think the thing is that what we need to do is that we need to speak more on people need to be accountable for their own success. White supremacy is a belief system. Just because people believe it doesn't make it real. It's not real, because white supremacy itself is a belief that these people believe they're better than another race or group. But that's a belief. Just because you believe in it doesn't mean it's actually real. Unless you believe white men are better than you, then I guess it's real then for you.
So question is, do you believe it's a U.S. thing, or do you believe it has to be a global thing?
It's probably it's definitely a global. I think it's a global thing. I will believe it's not just the U.S.
Okay, no, I agree.
But I'm not well traveled. Like, I'm pretty sure because you're in the military, so I don't want to speak on global issues.
Oh, it's global. It's global. Well, my question is this: do you believe in anti-blackness as a thing?
Yeah, I believe, but I also I believe that there's more blacks against blacks than whites are against blacks.
Do you believe that's a global thing?
Globally, in general, probably, but I think it's more of an American thing.
Okay. I will tell you, white supremacy and anti-blackness are both global. So I mean, like, and when we speak about anti-blackness, it's just that, and it's all over the world, South America, Asia, whatever, where they look at it's not like it's a hatred of black or even black specific. It's almost everywhere you go in the world. The darker you are, you always at the lower tiers of society. That's anti-blackness. In India, the darker people, you're always at the lower caste, and it's not coincidental. Even in Africa, in Asia, you have dark-skinned Asians. They're at the bottom tier of society. That's an anti-blackness thing. So even
You
if
think that's happening in America though?
hell yeah,
I think now is
absolutely.
the opportunity. It's the best time to be black. There's more opportunities now to be
For
black, and
some, for
I
some,
well, I mean, if you're hanging out
for
with
some.
Tyrone in the projects, you need no
No, but
opportunities there.
but I'm saying even at every level, it's not statistically proven, but there's a wealth of anecdotal evidence where, because even within the black community, we suffer from colorism, where
Hmm.
black people favor lighter skinned black people than darker skinned black people,
Not all
even
of them.
within the community. Not all. I'm just saying we know that historically that's always been a problem.
Don't make me play
Even
that
with
video.
even within, you can have an all black, insulated, segregated space. Lighter skinned people have always been looked upon more favorably because it's part of the psychosis that was taught to us. So we can't even break it out of ourselves. It was, we work on it, we struggle on it, we think about. I think about it all the time. Not that it drives me crazy, but to start to see, and I see where, okay, I need to be more positive and more balanced. And we grew up reinforcing beliefs where we would say things, where parents would say things to their children, and that's where it would come. They would say things like, "Oh, blackie," and they would always say, "Oh, ugly black self," and things like that. That was for
Jeez.
generations. For generations, these were things that were spoken into not all of us, but just was uniformly, it was born out of slavery because it started with the lighter skin and so on. So that colorism was deeply embedded in us, and it's not all the way uprooted. We are working on it. We're working on. We are a lot better than I knew even when I grew up about, but it's still work to be done. And I see it when I go to my house in the DR all the time. It's crazy. They'd be over there black as hell, and they will be anything but black. I mean, the color of they anything but black. Are you fucking kidding me? But they
Yep.
just it's deeply rooted. It's
Let me
deeply
ask you,
rooted.
Rico. Right.
Mhm.
So you think that I guess if you call it white supremacy is really what's holding black people from being successful and
I,
not being more than just a Pookie and Ray Ray?
I think white supremacy is holding everybody back, not just black people. I think it's affecting Hispanics. It's affecting Asians, not to the same degree, but it is. It's see, that's the whole premise. The premise is white supremacy is not solely about holding black people down. It's about holding themselves up, making sure that they continue to maintain. So in India, they have the caste system. It's almost like a caste system, and they globally want a global caste system where their interests are always served first. That's basically what it is. I don't even think they hate black people. They just want to make sure their fucking interests are always served first, all over the world, and they don't give a damn who they have to shit on to continue it. And what they are doing is they realize they're becoming a smaller and smaller population. But just like in this country, you don't have to be the most to rule. You can be a smaller population and still be in charge. You just got to put mechanisms in place for that to exist.
Now let me ask a question. Hold up, AR. I want to flip this a little bit because we can't convince each other that it does or doesn't exist. Does or doesn't exist. But what would help a black person navigate life in America with less emotional stress or damage? the blind faith in America of chaotic truth, or the hypervigilant reality to racism of Black Americans? AR, you go ahead and take that first.
You go ahead, AR. Yep.
I think. Well, I don't. I really want to answer the question, but I think if you go either or, that's the issue. You know, like I'm very black and white, but I know that can be an issue. You know, I'm not saying I'm white, not the color. You know, just like as far as my beliefs.
That's why he don't believe in white supremacy.
No. You know, but I really believe that need to come in the middle. I think the issue is that a lot of the white people that are in power, they're using their money because they're not the ones that's. I don't believe they're the ones that's doing the on a national level direct affecting black people directly. They pay black people to affect black people. Look at Mary J. Blige. I think she's pushing 40, right? Now all of a sudden, one of her major roles is playing a drug queenpin. 50 Cent has not done no positive movies on black people. Everything's about selling drugs. Look at Tyler Perry. He's still wearing these dresses. And if you look at Tyler Perry, something called Ruthless, my girlfriend was watching. Like, the hell is? I thought like porn she was watching. What the fuck is
I couldn't do Ruthless, man. I had to stop that one.
Okay, so you know what it's about. Okay, so
yeah, that was
alone,
terrible.
right?
Yeah.
Men raping, and a lot of his shows is all about men being homosexual or raping. So what's happening? I think that if you believe in white supremacy, I believe they're using their dollars to get black people. Because look at all the stuff that's happening on YouTube. How is YouTube allowing all this cursing and black people going against black people? How are they even allowing this? But if I post one crazy thing, my channel's gonna be taken down.
Go, Rico.
I tell you, I didn't know about all that stuff with Ruthless, but I do know about, and I didn't know about the Mary J. Blige, but I do know Tyler loved to wear dress. But one thing I will say is, I agree with you 100%. You can't go to one side or the other. I think you need to be more closer in the middle. I think you cannot walk around with the blind faith of chaotic, and you can't be hyper vigilant and hypersensitive, because then you start to see things where it don't exist. You start seeing ghosts of racism. You know, it's like, man, I know it exists, but you can't see the fucking ghost of racism. You know, just everything ain't racist. That's just ridiculous. But you can't walk around with blinders, because they'll be kicking you in the head. Like I think the thing that probably pissed me off the most was, and I always said it, everybody flamed Joe Rogan for using the N-word, and I just couldn't believe how many black people came out in defense of him. I'm like, why are you defending him? It just didn't make it. So even when we see clear and obvious instances of race, and I can be honest with you, you could be racist by being mean, or you could be racist by being stupid. I think Joe Rogan was the stupid type. I don't think he was being mean, but he would just say a whole lot of racist shit, and he just thought it was funny. And I'm like, it's still racist, and it's okay to get called out about it. They ain't canceling him anyway, so what do y'all care? They do cancel him, he's still walking away with a $10 million check. Stop crying for white people who got more shit than you anyway. Let them deal with the heat. So I think, if you walk around with a blindness, you will be insulted, offended. You'll be tap dancing at everything they say, because you just don't want to believe there's no racism, even though he called me a boy and pat me on the head. It's okay, it's okay, that sort of thing. And you can't, like I say, be seeing ghosts of racism everywhere. You can't. It needs to be more in the middle. You need to be more nuanced. You need to understand, and I think America's getting better, but it's moving like a glacier. It's moving in the right direction, but it's moving hella slow. It won't die out in my lifetime, but I believe eventually racism is going to become a useless system. It's a system that all of a sudden they're going to wake up one day and be like, this is the dumbest shit in the world, and it's not even helping us, it's hurting us. I think they're just slow to accept. I think it's hurting us now. They're just slow. That's why you start to see more about the push for diversity and inclusion, because people are starting to realize we need diversity as a strength, not a weakness. But for so many years, America was rooted in the separation of races. and they're slow coming about understanding. And then even certain countries still in that's why Japan is so homogenous. They stayed in this model where they wanted to be pure Japanese, and they still are like 95%. And you have the same thing in China, but those countries are starting to realize as the world becomes more global, it's going to be harder to sustain a society when you don't integrate with other cultures and races and ideas to keep up with other countries. You're going to fall behind. So one of our greatnesses, which is diversity, the thing about it, when we won World War II is because they brought a lot of Jewish immigrants from Europe. They weren't regular white people. They were, and them scientists came and helped us kick the damn Germans' ass. We might have lost to them if we didn't integrate them, into the country. So America, it's like they know what the value of diversity is, but sometimes they're slow to admit it and then to accept it. And that's why still the levels of racism we still see today, not necessarily people in power. It still be a bunch of good old boys in Texas, though. Don't think it ain't, or Pennsylvania, or somewhere else that your chocolate ass don't want to be caught after sundown. They still exist. So the blind belief that they don't exist, and you walk up to the wrong Bubba stop on the wrong day in the wrong town, asking for gas can get your ass in a pickle.
But Rico, you know that happens daily in your own in the own black community. There's more of a threat for a black man around another black man than another color. Yeah. Black people tend to hate black people. Not all, obviously, but I really believe one of our big issues that a lot of these so-called black leaders, who
are the black leaders?
Johnson, huh?
I'm about to say, who are the black leaders? But then you said Umar. I'm like, ugh.
No, I'm not black. Well, they a lot of black people put him as a black leader because he has some good talking points, and then he just be scamming.
Yeah, I don't, man.
Umar Johnson, still no school. Kevin Samuels, I support Kevin Samuels, but as far as Kevin Samuels, he's a Christian, right? Because there's some good talking points he makes, right? And but this is my thing. It's extreme, right? And it's very contradicting, but he believes in the Bible, he believes in Jesus, but then he's saying that, if you're a high value man, you can cheat.
Go get prostitutes. Sleep with escorts. That's what he said.
So now if he was worldly, if he wasn't a Christian or he wasn't religious, I would understand what he's saying. Like, okay, that makes sense, but so yeah, man. I think Black Lives Matter. And that's a big look at what happened with Black Lives Matter, and everyone's quiet about it. The only people that speak out on it is really Republicans, but a lot of white Republicans, they have to be quiet about it. They took that money and they ran.
But here's the thing, though, and I totally agree with you. I believe they took the money, they ran, this, that, whatever. But you can't throw away the message because the messengers were trash. Because the premise of what Black Lives Matter was born out of. It was born out of the unjustified. Do you believe that Trayvon Martin should have been shot and killed?
You want
17-year-old black boy coming from the store with a fucking iced tea and some Skittles. And some neighborhood vigilante shot and killed him.
Well, you say Trayvon Martin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think he had the BB gun, right? He took the orange part off of the BB gun.
No,
that was Tamir Rice.
Tamir Rice.
That was Tamir Rice. Okay, so I got the wrong Trayvon Martin. No, I got the wrong person. Wow.
George Zimmerman in Florida.
Yeah.
Where that security guard killed him.
Let me see.
He had an iced tea and a bag of Skittles.
But Rico, that's not even a fair question, truthfully.
No,
of course he shouldn't have died.
Well, I'm asking our AR.
You said Trayvon Martin, right?
Yeah.
No, I thought George Zimmerman killed Trayvon Martin.
Yeah, he did.
He did, right? Okay, but he had the BB gun, didn't he?
No,
he was walking home with iced tea and Skittles.
No.
Oh, I got the wrong story then. I don't want to talk about that then. But no, he don't. I don't think he deserved to die. He don't deserve to die. But now there's countless. Breonna Taylor.
The only reason why I said that was because that was the birth of Black Lives Matter. So if we're going to talk about Black Lives Matter, I'm
The
saying
mother still didn't get paid yet, just so you know.
no. I understand they took the money. I'm
No,
saying
from the
the birth.
mom. The
Wally.
mom.
Right, I get it, but I'm saying the birth of the movement was because this 17-year-old kid went to the store to get a tea and some Skittles, was walking home in a neighborhood to his father's house, and this neighborhood watchman followed him. The police told him to stop. He's following him with a gun. He accosted the young boy. The young boy didn't know who he was and fought to defend himself. He shot and killed him. So even though the people stole the money, we can't keep acting like that. There were certain acts that drove these movements to be born. And if they didn't, oftentimes, here's the funny thing about it. George Zimmerman was let go. He went home. And until attention was put on his ass, he would have walked free. He walked free anyway. And that's the problem. Some of these
But why you're not more upset on the black people that's killing black people daily?
We talked about the gang violence. So when you want to say Chicago, we talked about the gang violence, okay? And no, we don't protest gang violence, which is the vast majority of the killings in those cities. If a blood killer Crip, no, we don't give a shit, nor should we. Well, I'm not gonna say we don't. Their family does, but I ain't protesting. I'm not protesting gang violence on gang violence. And to me, it's insane that that's what they try to use as a deflection to say, well, you should protest gang. Do they protest if gang violence is shooting innocent people? Yes. If they're shooting children, if they're shooting elderly, if they're shooting innocent people, yes, people do come out and protest. But ain't nobody protesting a gangster disciple killing of blood.
Okay, Rico, I got a point. So, real quick question, because I was pushing back earlier, but I have a new point. So, like you said, when it's a police thing, people took to the street and they were willing to get into altercations with police, armed police officers, because of some stranger they didn't know was killed.
Agreed.
But like you said, when something happens in these neighborhoods, they're not willing to take to the streets and stand up against these armed gang members or drug dealers in the community. So again, why? Like, because I didn't really have a framework for it, because I don't think too much about it. But why is it that we can't find the exact same energy? Because if you're willing to go stand up toe to toe with cops who are armed and trained, why can't you take that same energy to your block with these untrained people? Like, I just don't understand why you're willing to stand toe to toe over here and not here.
I can tell you
because those are the same people that are doing the killing.
But you're saying the cops are doing the killing. So in your mind, you have to think. You see what I'm saying? So if I'm full BLM, I'm full blown BLM, and I say cops are out here killing black people, it's an epidemic. But then I come to my community, and we know black on black violence is all interracial, all intra group violence is high. So because it's proximal or proximity based. So when I say black on black, I'm not doing the conservative talking point. I'm just saying we're close together. So of course we hurt each other most. But if we know and say it's an epidemic over here that 400 black people are killed a year, but we know you got the thousands over here, why can't we put our life on the line in both places? Why is it only on this one side?
Because I'll tell you, I don't know why you guys struggle with this. Because again, as I told you from the get-go, there should be zero state acts of homicide against civilians. Should be zero. So when I'm protesting, hell yeah, I'm gonna go jump in front of the police face and dare them to shoot me, because that's not what's supposed to happen. There's not a belief that, why would I believe that the very same people who are trained who should have never killed somebody in the first place would do it again? You know what I'm saying? If the police that killed AR was never supposed to do it, and I'm protesting the police for killing AR, why the hell would I think they're going to do it a second time? Because they weren't supposed to do it in the first time. And that's what I'm protesting, because we're supposed to be free from state-sanctioned violence.
Yeah. And again, I want to clarify, because you went to protesting, because I'm not talking about protesting. I'm talking about that. There's a clear distinction. So like now during a protest, what I'm trying to get to is the feeling that I am willing to put my life on the line to stop an activity that I find destructive to my community. Now, when I'm
it's with the police, though, right? We're talking about still with the police.
right now, bring that into the black community. Why can't I put my life on the line to stop the activity that I believe is harmful to my community? That's what I'm trying to capture. And I don't want to bring protesting to the hood. I want to bring that same fervor to stopping the activity.
What I'm saying is because when they're protesting against state-sanctioned violence, nobody believes they're putting their life on the line. I don't think that belief, that there's no belief for that because it wasn't supposed to happen in the first place. Now, when you telling me to go march against that gang, hell yeah, I'm putting my life on it. They're two totally different things. When I'm out there in front of the police station, they weren't supposed to shoot me in the first place. So yeah, I'm gonna throw my hands up and damn, shoot me, motherfucker, shoot me, and talk all that right. Because society's belief is it's the government. They do that when the military comes because our military and our police have been historically trained. We don't shoot civilians. We do not turn on our own. Ain't no damn gang code that tell them that. But that is the police code, that is the law enforcement code, that is the military code. The government does not turn on its citizen. The gangs is not even considered part of the citizenry. So you can jump out in front of them motherfuckers if you want to and believe they're going to respect you as an OG or anything else. You're fucking nuts.
But my thing is that
I'm going to call the police and turn their ass in.
But Rico, my issue is that there's so many kids that's dying. Not from the police. Most black people are dying. It's not from the police.
I agree with you.
They're dying from each other. So this major outrage from Black Lives Matter. Why don't they go? They never go. Let me tell you something. You can't name one city, state, country, or a little fucking corner that's a little bit better due to Black Lives Matter in any black community.
Before you jump in, Rico, because see, I want to take it like because I know AR using Black Lives Matter, but I know Black Lives Matter is made out of people. So what I'm saying is the people that comprise Black Lives Matter. Why aren't they going into? That's what I'm saying. The organization. I don't believe the organization has a responsibility to do something that's outside of their mission. But the people who believe that there's a problem in both places, why can't they address both places? I want to like recontextualize it.
Because ultimately, at the end of the day, gang violence against gang violence is a phenomenon that has existed in this country, hell, almost since its founding. It's funny. Like I don't know if anybody watched like The Gangs of New York, the movie with DiCaprio. That was a good movie. It was based off of a lot of truth. A lot of those gang names in that movie, if you look at the history, they existed. I watched a couple of documentaries on it, and it was like, no, the 5 points in New York was a real thing. So in the movie where they talk about the 5 points and where all those Irish gangs and all that shit was true. That shit was true. Do a Google search, do the real 5 points of New York, do the documentary, and you will see. I don't think there might have been a real one called The Dead Rabbits, but there were a lot. And of course, they were all white. And yes, the racism ran rampant and all that. And it was around that same time period. So when he did that movie, it probably 80% of that movie was true. Maybe the other 20% was for dramatic effect. But if you think that shit was made up, you're nuts. There are books written about it. And, there are documentaries written on the gangs of New York, Irish, Italian, Polish, from all these European countries that came into America. They were the niggers then. We still had the niggers that was below them, but they were treated like the high niggers. We were the low niggers. They were the high niggers. All of these new immigrants coming in off the boat. I'm telling you, that was just the way that they viewed them. And they were brought here for unskilled labor and so on and so forth. So, of course, obviously, they figured they were better than us, lesser than the other well-to-do nationalists here. And so gang problems have always existed. I don't understand why all of a sudden, and I think we do need to do something about it for our own good. Again, whether it's LA, whether it's Chicago, whether it's Miami, anywhere else, gang on gang violence is not going to create the same level of uproar as police sanctioned violence against its citizenry, because you got to understand, one is not supposed to happen ever one is not accepted, but understood, because it's been that way since the founding of this country. That's not a new phenomenon when Black people, gang members started killing. Again, like I said, it goes all the way back to the 1900s, where gangs were killing each other and they were shanghaiing and shivving and stabbing and bashing them over the head. In the 1920s, when Capone and them was riding around with choppers, shooting people down on the streets of Chicago. Chicago been dealing with gang violence for damn near 100 years. Look at the history of Chicago gang violence. It's over 100 years old. But now, all of a sudden, it's the one thing that America can't stop talking about. And they talked about it big then. But what I'm saying, and it's not normal. I'm just saying, we could, do you want a bunch of or a bunch of protesters to go and march in front of the GD, Gangster Disciples, and get shot down, and then they become martyrs, and then people speak out against that? Because I'm saying gang members run by a different code. They don't give a damn about the law. They don't give a damn about
the thing is that if they're rioting, there wasn't protesting. There wasn't protest. It was rioting. It was causing harm. So that shows, and Black Lives Matter, right? Well, one of those lesbians, right? The 3 lesbians told people, because I don't, that's the whole issue with them. They don't believe in the nuclear family. They believe in destruction, and they're evil people. And they even spoke about spirits and worshiping voodoo, which no one points out that they even spoke on that. That's what they do, right? So one of the lesbians told Black people, go in there and riot. That's your reparations. Okay, it's crazy. It's crazy, and these people followed it. That's not your reparations. Robbing someone, killing someone, shooting is not your reparations. That's insane. And look what happened with the PPP loan. No wonder why you don't get reparations. If Black people got reparation right now, you think it'll be used wisely?
I don't care.
Did I already delete that?
If it's old, does it matter how it's used? If it's let me stop. So let me ask you
absolutely.
One question. Let me ask you one question before, because I didn't want to skip over it. Because we got to be honest. We got to have an honest conversation. I know I'll accept that if you want to call them riots for the past couple of years, we'll call them riots. Now, you said the killing during the riots. How many and who got killed during the riots?
Black people did.
You can't say Black people. You got to give me names and numbers that got killed during the riot. I'm not saying, I'm telling you, I've heard of maybe 4 or 5 killings that got killed during there was a whole lot of looting, robbing, burning. I get that. Billions of dollars of looting, robbing, and stealing shit. I give you that. But killings, I heard of one police captain got killed somewhere trying to go down to defend the store.
Raping happened during when they did the Chaz, when they had their own little community that was full of drug addicts and there was raping.
Yeah, there was like maybe 2 or 3 got killed. We're talking simply about killing.
Killing,
maybe
yeah.
2 or 3 people that I think, and that was that Seattle, the Chaz.
Yeah.
That was up there. 2 or 3 people there. There was one. So that's what I'm saying. There was a few, but I don't want us.
But Trayvon Martin is just one person.
But you're making the same argument that they make. You're making the same argument for Black people that they make for white people and cops, saying, "Well, 99% of the stuff is okay." You're talking about the 0.1%.
Well, here's the crazy part about it. In Seattle, the 2 people that got killed were white.
Yeah, no,
they weren't Black.
Police officer was Black.
I didn't see the police officer.
The security officer, a retired police officer, he was Black.
Now there were a lot of white people.
But right, the guy that was protecting the federal government building that and it was some white. It was some what's that gang? Here's the white gang. They look like clowns. Juggalos.
Oh, juggalos. Yeah.
They were up there doing all that shit.
They were there too.
And you look it up. It was them, and that's a white gang because they do that clown shit on their face. So that's what I'm sitting there saying. There's a lot of things get conflated. I'm not dismissing
because we've moved around.
About it honestly, that's it.
Yeah, I think there's just too many pieces.
Well, let me ask you one question, right? Do you believe white people with the Black people, right? Do you believe white people in America is the issue, or is Black people against Black people's issue? Because the only pushback that I get is from black people. There's no white person no white person in my 37 years that has held me back from doing anything. There is none. And I'm in, I was in corporate, and I still, even when, they only give me a promotion, I move around that shit because I'm a little bit different. And if I don't know something, I have all the knowledge. I just go to Google. Yahoo's kind of Yahoo. Y'all got to change the way y'all do things because Trump 2024. But yeah.
This guy.
I just do want to ask you a question because you said that all the pushback or the things that held you back were from black people. And I'll be honest with you. Let me start with the premise. I've always said that too because I always grew up in segregated. So it makes sense if you grew up in segregated spaces. Who the fuck else is going to be your nemesis?
But even when I go in white areas, I don't get that.
Let me finish. So that's what I'm sitting there saying is if we grew up in segregated spaces, it would make sense that people that look like us would be our nemesis, whatever problem, bad relationships, bad co-workers, whatever, because you grew up in a predominantly black space. That would make sense. That's not unusual. I'm pretty sure if I talk to some of my white friends who grew up in predominantly white space, they would tell you the same thing. But my question is, and I'm wondering, it's not to say that, if you grew up or spent the vast majority of your life in an all-white space, it would be different because whatever your obstacle, you're going to be affected by people you're in proximity with.
With black people, who's more affected with the black people? Is it black people or is it some white god up there that's kind of like, pulling the strings and stopping black people from...
It's both.
People that you're in proximity of.
It's both. It's both because you're in proximity. You're in proximity because of the actions that have happened in this country due to racism. So the proximity and redlining has shaped a lot of the cities to this day where they've never reshaped. So, I mean, there is an overarching, not a white god, a singular figure, but like you said, that belief structure that white people are superior. They then put up a dividing line between white and black. We don't want to live around you, but here's an area we can let you go in. So in every city, there's been sections and towns. Sometimes you can see it from street to street where that dividing line is.
So even with the redlining, look what happens in these areas full of black people. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
If I can curse, I'm sorry. It's messed up. So it's messed up. So my whole thing is that yes, there is racism. Yes, it exists. But I believe there's probably more. Anyway. But I believe that that's not holding us back from being successful.
No. And that's why it's
going to be harder.
Yeah, that's where I'm with you. Because see, I think these are two different things we're talking about. That's why I was going to try to separate them out. Because we're talking about likelihood and probability. The likelihood and probability of you being harmed is greater with black people because you're brought up and around black people. But the probability and likelihood that you're going to be held back from an opportunity is from white people because they have the opportunity to grant. Black people aren't granting opportunities. AR, you don't even front. We don't own a lot. No, but we don't have
listen, right? So let me take my younger brother, right? He makes significantly more money than me because he decided to go to college not for anything. He went for aviation.
Yeah.
And he's gonna be a pilot. He's gonna be a pilot
not
soon.
Anything that's fucking great.
No, I mean, I just try not to put my, because some people be taking your information. They be doing like 3-hour streams about you, So
that's great aviation. Knock it off.
No, it's crazy, right? So he's gonna make more money than me unless I do something phenomenal. But even at my age of 37, I can still go to school and kind of accomplish that.
Absolutely.
So, but what I think is that I think a lot of people, if you ask a black person, you know what, you're right. Hey, you know what, you're right. There is racism. You believe there's racism? Yeah. Okay, exactly how did racism affect you? Oh, the first thing I say, I was driving, I was stopped by a cop. Shut the fuck up. How exactly is racism affecting you? You wasn't a slave. Did a white person come over and bat you aside the head? No. I'm not saying that's not all people, but exactly, because a lot of these black people, they're stuck on what happened before. I wasn't there when my mom was born and the ancestors and shit. So us as black people, how can we move forward? And if we keep thinking about racism, I just don't, me as a man, there's no man on earth that has the balls to slow me down. And if you do, I'll probably fuck you up. Figure speaking, there's just no way I'm allowed. If you're gonna stop me, I'll go somewhere else. If this other YouTube channel doesn't allow me on their platform, I'm coming to Rashawn. And if Rashawn hates on me, I come to Rico. And if Rico hates on me, then so I don't know.
No, I'm with you. Real quick, I'll keep it real short, Rico. Now, that's what I'm saying, AR. I agree with you for the most part, but we're talking about like compound interest, compound effect. The compound effect of lost opportunity will magnify the losses over time in your life. So, like, even your brother, if he goes from career to career, he might get a lesser, like 10% less than the white man getting the exact same job. Over time, that's how it affects you, but you don't see it. You just know the job you accepted is the job you accepted, and the pay you accepted is the pay you accepted. You don't know. You can't get the proof of the real racism that's happening unless you do some tricky stuff, like the lady who found out the appraisal for her house was 500,000 undervalued, and then when they removed the black affects and put white people stuff in there, it appraised $500,000 higher. So asking people to prove racism, when, like you said, racism is not a thing, it's a belief structure. You can't prove somebody else's belief structure that you're inferior and
No,
prove
white supremacy. Yeah.
but it's the same. Racism, white supremacy is a belief that's in some internal, which is why most racism lawsuits don't. It's hard to prove them because very few people, like you said, crack you over the head and say blackie, blackie. That's rarer now. So it's harder to prove racism. You have to look at it over time.
So let me ask you, right? So okay, I'm sorry.
I want to see if I can add a little bit before I get lost. Was because it's not just racism; it's also sexism. Okay, because remember, like Obama introduced the Lilly Ledbetter Act. That was weird because the woman was underpaid by her male counterpart for the same job. Yeah, that's fine. By the same job by her male counterpart. And how she lost the lawsuit was because she didn't even know she was being underpaid. And the Supreme Court said she couldn't sue because the time expired by the time she found out how much they had been fucking her out of money. Literally, she was doing the same union job, the same everything, and they was paying her like 10 or 20% less for the same work than they were paying her male colleagues who she was working next to. And she couldn't sue because she waited too long to bring forth the lawsuit. So it wasn't that the sexism didn't exist. It was the fact that she had no knowledge of it. So I'm saying that there are mechanisms because we know that jobs, they're certain, and they you hear people in the space say, "Oh, men do more dangerous jobs." I'm like, but even when jobs are not more dangerous, men are still paid more than women for doing the same damn work.
Come on, really?
Because when you pay, here's the thing: is most jobs, like on my job, there's no pay scale that's published. I don't know what the hell my coworkers get. I know what I get. So I could be being paid more or less than. Do you know how much more you're making than your coworker? I have no idea. Most employers are not required to put out that information. What they've discovered, I think a couple of countries, the UK just recently did it, where they passed a law and they're requiring them to publish the pay for workers. And when they started doing it, they discovered men were being paid more for doing the same work for the same companies. And it's like, well, just how the hell did this happen? For reporters, a news reporter. Well, why is the male reporter being paid more than the female reporter? There's no rationale to it. So, and that's just on a sexism tilt. So, if it happens by sex, damn well it happens by race. It just does. But I'm going to go ahead and let you answer.
Well, you're responsible for the information you don't know, right? Especially in 2022. You're responsible for it, right? If you don't know this is a crime and you commit that, you're going to jail. You're responsible.
It's not a crime to
I was giving an example.
Somebody by race or sex.
If you don't listen, a lot of jobs do that, right? They'll pay, like, especially with private sector, like, under 20 employees or more because it's not regulated. I think 10 employees, whatever. It's your job. What you don't know, you're responsible for. If you don't know this information, that was your fault. Now, also, with, let's say, my brother, right? He doesn't know about blah, 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 blah. Okay, but now when he found out that maybe his coworker is getting paid more, when he has a child It's his responsibility as a man to teach him these things. So it doesn't the lack of knowledge doesn't keep continuing.
Right.
I can't control what a white person is doing. If they want to, if they're racist, then they're racist. But what I got to do for me and my household, I gotta receive this. Now, I'm speaking to Rico. I align myself with people like Rico. I align myself with Rashawn, and you can teach me these things, and I can pass these things on. But I'm responsible for the information I don't know.
But how would you know about the pay scale? Because in the U.S., they don't publish pay scale.
But that's what he said, Rick. That's what he said, Rico. He didn't say. What he said was, "You're responsible for what you don't know." Not you said, "How would you know?" But that's not his question. He's saying you wouldn't know, but it's your responsibility to know. Which is why she lost that lawsuit that you mentioned. She lost the lawsuit because she didn't know and time ran out. If it was the opposite,
I'm
but
confused.
no, you're confused because you're thinking about it the wrong way. She wouldn't know. She was deceived. But again, she lost the lawsuit. If what you're saying is how would she know? If that was the law, they would have said, "Hey, you lied to her and didn't tell her, and then we're going to give you this money back." But that's not what they did. She lost the lawsuit because she didn't know. So it's her duty to find out.
Because they could lie to her.
Right.
Now, I personally experienced that. Right. I'm licensed for what I was licensed for, and this lady she's not even legal, doing the same job I'm doing. She just been there longer. She was making more base salary than me. And I'm like, hold on, after 4 years, how the hell is that possible? Because she's been with you longer, but I'm actually licensed to do the job. So when I found that out, how much she makes per hour, because the boss slipped up, I said, that can't happen. And all hell broke loose. But guess what? I'm the fool. Because
why?
So
you didn't know.
I'm a man though. And we're doing business. I'm supposed, but now that, but this is the thing. Now Rico, if I met you before I got that job, you would have told me, "Hey, AR, make sure you make sure you get your fair share," right?
Okay, but for 4 years, she was paid more than you.
Yeah, she was paying. Yeah, hiring me.
That's exactly what we're talking about.
But my issue is that I didn't know you, Rico, or someone like you. You would have told me this. I'm pretty sure you would have told me this information.
I would have tried to, but the thing is that I think there's so many other people out there in these spaces that are unaware, who doesn't know.
You gotta seek the information, man. You gotta
try to hustle
because because the white people, the white people, the kids are getting this information.
And then let me ask you this, AR, right? Here's a big thing, because I've worked in law firms for like 35, coming up on 36, 37 years, right? And actually, I'm not at a law firm this time. For the last 4 years, I've been working for a large pharmaceutical. But prior to that, it's always been law firms, like 30-something years. But they're big on even areas of cronyism and nepotism. Because in private industry, they hire family, friends, all kinds of shit. And these people come in with no experience, getting well paid, being treated well, so on and so forth. So, when we started having all these conversations again, and I love the way it devolved into other things. We started out with your buddy, and again, like I said, I'm not mad at him. I'm just mad at his statements and some of the things he talked about. But even with some of the statements that you talk about, it's good. I get where you guys come off with.
He's extreme. So if you're gonna speak to someone like him, you just gotta know, okay, I'm gonna argue or I'm gonna step off.
I mean,
even if you argue, you're not changing his mind. Like,
but I mean, okay. Do you believe Harriet Tubman exists and she was a real person and she did what she did? And that's when he should have pulled up.
I don't know. What's the proof that she existed? But I don't know what's the point of me even.
Do you believe in history? You read books.
Yeah.
Do you believe in the history of this country?
The history that's written? No, I don't. Not all of it.
All history is written.
Yeah, so I don't.
What history isn't written? So what history do you? And let's let me ask you what. Here's a basic question, right?
Yeah.
And I had this question not just with him, one of his supporters, and I had it with another person on another channel. And this is the part we're going to address this right now. What's a fact? to you.
Whatever you see with your own eyes.
And only that.
Yeah.
Okay, so anything you did, you hear that, Arshawn, right? You're arbitrary. So to AR, the only fact is what he see with his own eyes and nothing else. Agreed? And that's for everything. So you don't believe in any history that you haven't seen.
I mean, it depends on what it is. But as far as factual, I don't believe it's factual. I believe it's opinionated, or maybe I have faith, like the Bible. I have faith in Jesus, but I don't know if Jesus actually. I don't have no actual evidence that he's real. I have faith that he's real.
So anything you haven't seen, and that's what this is new to me. I mean, people with this whole only if I've seen it do I believe it to be fact. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
kind of good.
Because I'm one of those type people too. That's why truth didn't like the truth, not chaotic truth, but truth is never favored. Because I'm one of those type of people. I take it with a grain of salt if I can't prove it myself. If it's not provable, I take it with a grain of salt. Skepticism, even history, I take it with skepticism.
But if a historical fact can be proven and you still didn't see it, is it a fact then to you?
But see here, like I'm with AR and some of chaotic truth. Some of chaotic truth is so out there, but how could you even verify the proof? Like, let's say we found an artifact from 10,000 years ago. I don't know anything about carbon dating, so I can't prove what they've proven. I have no way to test it for myself. At some point in the chain, I have to have belief in somebody else telling me something. So I always have skepticism with anything I can't test for myself. Like, especially history. I have skepticism, but some stuff I just won't. Some stuff I accept because it doesn't benefit me to question. Like the Harriet Tubman, like AR said, why does that question doesn't even have any relevance? Whether she existed or not, it doesn't impact me. So why chaotic truth went on that one. But no, I believe in healthy skepticism.
So
I believe he went on that just to irritate you.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then. So I'm the only one on the panel that believes slavery is a factual truth. I'm just asking.
Wait a second, I got something for that. Wait, I got something for that. Wait a second, hold on. I got something. It's down the list though. Wait.
Now you're being condescending. See, you've been warned, all right? Let's move forward amicably.
I mean, you know, I believe slavery did exist. That's what I have faith in, believing. I don't believe it is told the way we're hearing it. You know, like
it's faith based, not because you didn't see it.
Yeah, so I believe it. I have faith. I have faith based on it because I wasn't there. You know,
right?
And you have no actual proof of slavery either.
No, actually, we do have some. But go ahead.
What proof do you have? Well, I don't. That's a long conversation. You know, right. I'm not denying slavery. I'm not. Listen, I'm not one of those people that say black people saying they're talking about slavery never happened. I'm not. Or you had a choice, and I'm not saying I'm not doing any of that stuff. But I think the issue with that, I think the story that we're being told, because you don't see black people should be upset with Africans. Black people should be upset with huh? Africans sold Africans to the Arabs, and Arabs brought them over here.
Huh? Yeah, I mean, no one said that they weren't upset.
But why people are not crazy upset with? Because people are upset with white people. Okay, but who?
No, we're not upset with white people.
Yes, people.
No, we
no.
We're gonna do what I'm saying. It's not.
Now you're being condescending. See.
It's not sadness. It's we're here in this country, so we're addressing here. As far as what happened elsewhere, we ain't getting no reparations from there. We ain't build shit there. We did what we did here. So feeling like, and the injustice occurred here. So why would I, at this point, if I'm here, this is where me and my ancestors were brought. If we believe in, if I believe in the story, we're here in America. We were brought here as chattel slavery in America. We went through everything here in America. While I may hate the fact that they sold me, that's done. I'm trying to get the bag, and the bag is here. The bag ain't back in Africa. The bag is here. Give me my bag of shillings and coins here that me and my ancestor busted our ass for. That's what we want. Ain't
You
no
have
sense in
proof of your ancestors?
where you gonna send me back to Africa to ask for some goats and some cows? Hell no, I want my bag here. I want my bag here. I ain't letting you get away with this shit for free. Run me my money.
Run me my
That's it.
coins.
Run me my coins. Okay? So don't tell me go to Africa, my ass. Run me my coins here in America. Okay? There you
But listen, I know Rashawn, y'all gotta go. But listen, Rico, Rashawn, I appreciate you having me. Rashawn, me and you had a little back and forth in the Facebook group. It's all good though. I troll, man. Listen, if I know something to aggravate you, that's just But listen, I highly respect you though. You as a man, you as a father, and so forth like that. I know, man. So I appreciate you, man. Both of y'all.
Real quick, before you drop off and give your last words, I want you to do two things. One, AR, tell me, what do you think is the best perspective, mind frame, or attitude for Black people to have to navigate? Like if we have these feelings of white dominance, white supremacy, how can we overcome that? What's the give us a perspective, and then shout out your channel.
I believe that, especially with this internet thing, we need to stop fighting each other. I really believe we need to stop, get rid of the hatred. Whoever's Black that you don't like, y'all need to work that shit out. Except for the people that's leaking addresses of where people live and their family members. That's no. But I think everyone else, I think that people need to, use a network. And I think we need to get rid of the hatred that we have towards each other, especially with the internet. I think that will help a lot,
Hey, quick question. Since you were here, were you here for the whole stream?
In and out. Most of it, I think.
Okay. Do you think that we were respectful in our
Absolutely.
analysis? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like you said, I didn't throw any ad hominem. I mean, if I said, like I said, when I sat there and said with the question about moronic, that was how I felt. I think some of his statements verged on moronic. Some of the statements, not that, and that was the question, the way it was put towards me. So I don't want him, he'll run back, he was so mean to me, copyright strike, like, boo, whatever. I don't care, but we did try to, and that's why I'm glad you came up, so that we could further show that we could dialogue with people that was, whether we have the same views or opposing views, that we could still talk. Like I said, I ain't take no shots at you, you ain't take no shots at me. I still think some of your thoughts is crazy, but I love you, brother.
Trump 2024.
You haven't heard all of them,
Right. Man, we're going to figure that out.
Yeah.
But listen, man, I appreciate y'all, but I that's what I think. I think us as Black people need to, now, we don't have to be kumbaya. We can, Rico, me and you, but I'm the type of person, if I have a real problem with you, I'd rather try to get Rashawn your phone number and curse you out in private. And then work that out, and then we come on camera in front of the public and display something different.
I want you to invite me up on your stream one day, so I can come up there and you can have me in your house and be like, "Here comes this feminazi."
Obsidian is Obsidian is involved a little bit, right?
Is he?
Look at that face! Look at that face!
I got a lot of smoke from him.
But
look at that face.
You went hard on him, but yeah, come through, man. Obviously I won't have y'all both on at the same time.
Did he tell you about our history?
No, I've seen it on the Facebook group. I don't know your history per se, but it's all good.
In that Latif group, going back and forth, and he didn't like me going at Kevin because I called, but I seen you do it. I seen you do a whole stream talking about him.
I did Surviving Kevin Samuels.
I watched the whole stream where you were sitting there and I'm like, and I say the same shit, and I'm the worst person in the world. So I'm like, you're not gonna come at me. I'm not. Oh, you don't like him? He a friend of mine. I'm like, I don't give a shit if he's your friend. What he says is crazy. So, and that's how we had the interaction. And then he went over to Jessica X, and he implied, I'm like, okay, let me say it for you. I don't like fucking Kevin. Does it make it better? I don't have to like him. I don't. And then I'm going to tell you a stream he did just the other day on Latif. We are going to critically take it apart tomorrow on Brother Clarence. And I'm going to tell you, as an elder, I'm mad as hell. So if he hated me before, he really going to hate me tomorrow. He's really going to hate me the way I seen them take apart one of their supporters online and emasculate this young man. It was wrong. It was dead ass wrong what they did to one of their supporters. And as an elder, I'm going to call him out about it. I'm going to call him specifically about it, calling in there. Watch the stream they did, the Lapeef Network group.
You wasn't supposed to say it.
Huh?
You wasn't supposed to say it.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to say it. I'm sorry. But the fact of the matter is, what they did to this young man was terrible. And like, this is a young black man, 23 years old. And I watched these elders, and one elder stood up for this young man. And Kevin jumped in there and talked down to him. And the whole, this is some bullshit. This is some bullshit. So I'm going to leave it at, I'm telling everybody.
But I mean, if you watch any of my stuff, you see what I stand with Kevin Samuels. I don't,
I'm subscribed to your page, so yeah, definitely.
Oh, you subscribe to it? Yeah, so, but, I get a lot of pushback too. I'm off and on about him, but, listen, man, black people got to stop supporting the bullshit. I think that's really what it is. If you you know what I'm saying? So I mean, but City, he's seen some of it. The surviving Kevin Samuels. I'm pretty sure he didn't like it. That's why he didn't share the video. Which is fine. I'm sure he didn't. But I just really wish that we all could not kumbaya, but man, we all got a network of all these subscribers, and we just come together and just focus and get this money. But I don't know, man. But also, if you see me talking positive about Kevin Samuels, I'm about to start capping. I'm trying to get paid. I'm trying to get subscribers. I'm trying to get paid. So next few videos, you're gonna see me analyzing and doing some positive stuff about Kevin. So, it is what it is. I am a sellout. I am a sellout.
When I'm trolling your ass, I don't want to hear, oh, that motherfucker Rico. I don't care. He lying. Because my thing is this: is Obsidian threw in my face before the Black Manosphere meetup. That was a fucking disaster. I died laughing. I said, you threw up in my face, how green. Yeah. Okay.
Time to go.
I know that.
I gotta go anyway. But listen, man, I appreciate both of y'all. Rico, if Rashawn give me your phone number, you come on the show tomorrow. We're having I think around 7 Eastern time.
Oh, here you go. In the back chat.
Cool.
And I'll send you a text message.
Yep, that's it. In the back chat.
Yeah, man. We go from there. But I know we had some back and forth a little bit. If you're in the Lapeef group, man, I'm gonna troll the shit out of you. It is what it is. I mean, I say some stuff I don't believe in just to aggravate you. So
I'm in Facebook jail for the next 6 days. I'm gonna get back in. I'm gonna cuss them out, and I'll be back in jail in about 3 days later. I ain't never in my life been locked up until I joined that group, and I've been locked up since last August because I get out, I go in there, call them every trifling, simple-minded, goofball, everything else, and I sent it to Arshawn. What did it say? Bullying, hate, bullying.
Man.
Hate.
But you gotta also understand that's gonna hinder your channel, though. It may.
How's it gonna hinder the channel? Really? Facebook? And YouTube.
Well, the issue is that with YouTube, we're locked in this stupid. We can't get out of this vortex of the little Lapeef group and Kevin. We can't get out of that. We can't get out. We can't. We're locked in. We're all the same subscribers. No, I mean, like it sounds. I mean, I study this shit, and it's just like we're all connected to the same people. So if these people don't like me, all these people don't like, and I'm like, damn, where's the other people at? Like, I'm reaching out to people in Africa. I don't care if you don't speak the fucking language. Subscribe. So
really?
Yeah.
All right. Well, look, sir. Thank you for coming.
All right, man.
Definitely.
All right. I'm gonna send you a text.
Stopping by, man.
All right. Bye.
Take care. All right, Rico. I know you got to go, brother. So I just want to get this up here. Anything left unsaid? The floor is yours.
Everything that I had to say has been said, and I really appreciate the fact that we came together and we discussed it in a thoughtful way. I thank Brother AR for coming up with us and getting us going a little bit more. My co-host Arshawn, he does it like he always does with his trolling and pushing back and forth with the questions. Again, let me just say this to everybody. This was not a screen to attack anybody. As you see, We try to mention people's name as little as possible, but I guess you can tell from the questions and the statements that we put forward that you know who we were talking about. If you didn't, that might be problematic. Again, my views are my views. Arshawn views is Arshawn views. AR views is his views. Feel free to push back on anything. I'm willing to stand behind any and everything that I said. The narrative that people claim that I push, I didn't push any narrative. I'll tell each and every person that the words you speak out of your mouth will be the condemnation of you, as everything that I said on this stream, that is what I expect to be judged by. If I said anything that you found offensive, wrong, crude, or harmful, you have every right to call me to account, and I have the responsibility to answer. So again, thank you for taking your time, coming out, sharing your time with us, and hopefully you learned something from it. And if not, we'll try to work better at it. Please drop a link, drop a like, drop a comment. More than anything, tell us what you like, what you didn't like. If we were too long, we were too short, we were too repetitive, over and over. Let us know how we can get better for you. This is not our space. We're just blessed to be able to host the space, and we hope to be able to, that you would sit there and like and share with your friends, and then maybe we'll see where we'll go and grow from here. So Arshawn?
Yes, sir. Oh, you were giving it to me. I thought you were gonna say, yeah,
No.
that was it for me. I really don't have much to say. I really thank you for bringing the heat. Because I know chaotic truth, man. That was you sent me the homework, and it was a whole lot to unpack, man. I was like, golly, this guy, he
And
is a
we
little different.
probably got maybe half.
No, we got through most of it. We got through most
Yeah,
of it,
bro.
but the rest of the stuff I went through. I mean, it was like marginal. So I mean,
Mhm.
most of the triggering talking points, we got through most of that. So I mean, I'm glad we
You,
unpacked a lot
you,
of it.
no. You
Yeah.
got
So I
the
mean,
most triggering point. And I love, like I said, I can't say enough about Brother AR coming up, because again, as although I'm struggling, I'm starting to realize that there are other people in these spaces who share either the exact same ideology or a similar
hmm
ideology. And I love the way. So here the thing is what's tickled me is AR has a very similar ideology, but the way he presents it is much more palatable,
hmm
and I wish, as a subscriber or someone who understands chaotic would be better served by listening to someone like Brother AR.
yeah.
But I doubt if he will. He would be, is like, chaotic. You could really clean up some of your vitriol, because now I can hear the same thing from AR and it doesn't bother me. So it's like, it's not
hmm
a bunch of vitriol.
Yeah.
That matters. So when people say, "Oh, don't worry about the messengers," and I'm like, no, it matters. We gotta stop that. And like you said, he's preaching and broaching a positive thing. But I won't hold you up anymore. I know you got some other streams. I gotta go upstairs and get stand in the
Yeah.
corner and get a beating. I'm gonna get a
Yeah.
beating tonight messing with you. I went overtime.
All right, everybody. That's it for Rico and Sean. We are critically drinking. We hope you have a wonderful evening. We'll close you out with a little music.
What
Wait. I hit the wrong thing. So yeah, struggle streaming. Here we go.